Chapter 970. Qing Tong, you deserve to die. Moon Spirit, why? Why did you betray us? I can't accept this. The vast sky is lawless. In the dark space, hysterical roars reverberated in everyone's mind. Fang Ping and the rest's expressions changed slightly. The resentment, unwillingness, and resentment made them feel uneasy. They could not wait to vent it out. Eat the tranquil pill quickly. Jiang Yao growled. Those who received the tranquil pill hurriedly swallowed it. After eating the pill, some of the powerhouses whose eyes were bloodshot finally regained their clarity. At that moment, many people's eyes were bloodshot. They were incomparably violent and had the urge to kill. Fang Ping took a deep breath and suppressed the restlessness in his heart. He looked around. It was still endless darkness. This place has a powerhouse's remnant consciousness left behind. Fang Ping knew what Jiang Kuei's so-called chaotic consciousness was. These powerhouses died unwillingly and resentfully. It was similar to the Emperor's tomb. Some of the top-notch powerhouses' mentality still remained. Kacha! Fang Ping seemed to have stepped on something. He looked down and frowned slightly. The corpses have decayed. Among them, there were at least true god powerhouses who participated in the war. Fang Ping did not expect the corpses to have decayed. Such powerhouses' corpses would not have decayed so quickly even after thousands of years, especially in the space battlefield. It was similar to a storage ring. Logically, the corpses should not have changed much even after thousands of years. Fang Ping squatted down and picked up a piece of dull white bone. After a while, he said, "The bones of a true god powerhouse have actually lost their strength and have completely decayed." Everyone looked around at this moment. After getting used to the welcome, everyone's field of vision was broadened. At this moment, everyone also saw the situation in the field. On the dark ground, there were piles of corpses. The clothes and armor of the past had completely faded away. The white bones were white, and these white bones had already begun to decay, no longer possessing the power of the past. Jade Hollow squatted down and suddenly picked up a black token from beside one of the white bones. He said with some sadness, "Masters, Junior Jade clear. I didn't expect Master's corpse to be here." Fang Ping was slightly surprised. He tilted his head and asked, "Didn't Grandmaster not participate in the war that year?" The battle in the King battlefield was a battle between the domain and the two kings. Jade Hollow Child came from the realm beyond Avalon. Why would you Long Heaven send an expert to participate in the battle? Jade Hollow Child sighed and said, "In the past, some experts and venerable sovereigns from the blessed and heavenly lands invited some of their friends to participate in the war. Uncle Master Yuqing had been on good terms with Luofu Mountain since ancient times. In that battle, Senior Uncle Yuqing was invited to assist, but in the end he was unable to return to Yulong Heaven." Jiang Kuei said, "That's right. Back then, there were some who came to help, but not many. I didn't enter this place in the past, but many experts of my Weiyu Mountain died here." Fang Ping did not say much. Instead, he asked curiously, "The ones with the most grievances here are Qing Tong and Moon Spirit." "Moon Spirit is—" "Watch your words," Jiang Kuei whispered. "That is the name of the one in the king's room." Fang Ping did not mind. He smiled and said, "Isn't that what they're called? What's wrong with that? So it was a woman? I didn't expect that." Fang Ping was a little surprised. He did not expect the master of Mount Wangwu to be a woman. "Is this venerable sovereign Moon Spirit very strong?" "Minister Zhang said that the master of the king's room is very strong, but I don't think I've heard anyone mention her." "Brother Jiang, have you seen her?" Jiang Kuei said nothing. At this time, Yu Wuhua chuckled and said, "Minister Fang, it's better not to ask too much about this. I know a little, but although some things are in the past, I can't say much. After all, she's still alive." "That's serious?" Fang Ping chuckled. "Is she more frightening than the 9 emperors?" "That's not it." Yu Wuhua explained. After all, the 9 emperors have fallen, and the 4 emperors have also fallen. It's okay to mention some. The one in the king's room is still alive. Also, try not to mention the name of a female, venerable sovereign. Back then, Wang Wu's status was honorable. If you call her by her name, it's easy to offend people. Honorable? Imperial concubine? Fang Ping's interest was piqued, and he started gossiping. Everyone was speechless. Why were you in the mood to gossip at a time like this? At this moment, Jiang Kuei had no choice but to interrupt. Not the imperial concubine. Back then, not many of the 9 emperors had imperial concubines. They all fell along with the fall of the heavenly realm. The one in the king's room was a prince's cultivation partner. Jiang Kuei was afraid that he would keep mentioning it, so he said again, back then that prince was powerful and had a noble status. He was also very famous in the 3 realms. Not only did he have a father who was a martial emperor, but his elder brother, another prince, was also one of the 8 heavenly kings. 8 heavenly kings? Fang Ping was surprised again. He asked with some interest. There were 8 heavenly kings back then. Yes. Jiang Kuei seemed to know what he wanted to ask. After thinking for a while, he said, the current heavenly king garrison might be one of the 8 heavenly kings. However, the 8 heavenly kings back then were extremely mysterious, even more mysterious than the martial emperors. They rarely appeared in front of the public. Rumor has it that the 8 heavenly kings have their own missions and rarely appear in the heavenly realm. That's why even the sect leader doesn't know much about the 8 heavenly kings. He only knows that the 8 heavenly kings are extremely powerful. We can't be sure whether the heavenly king garrison is one of the 8 heavenly kings, but the possibility is not small. As for which heavenly king, I don't know. Yu Wuhua also laughed. The heavenly king garrison should be one of the 8 heavenly kings, but it's a little strange. Logically speaking, if the heavenly king garrison is really one of the heavenly kings, there's a problem with his current honorific title. Yu Wuhua pondered and said, his honorific title is Heavenly King Garrison. Heavenly King Garrison. There are many explanations. If it's a town as a title, it's not too much. But if it's Heavenly King Garrison or Heavenly King Garrison as an honorific title, there are actually some problems. Yu Wuhua shook his head slightly. The name Heavenly King Garrison could have many meanings. It was also very difficult to determine anything from the honorific title. Fang Ping, however, felt that he had gained a lot. He had finally figured out a little about the Heavenly King Garrison. One of the 8 heavenly kings, 9 martial emperors for emperors, 8 heavenly kings in ancient times. He had already touched a little of the heavenly realm structure. Without asking any more questions, Fang Ping dropped the skeleton in his hand and said, I didn't see Qi Huanyu and the others. The place we entered was less than 100 meters away, but there were no traces of them. This means that the passageway we opened might not be with them. As he said that, Fang Ping looked at Jiang Yao and asked, what's the structure of the space battlefield like? It's a cage. Jiang Kuei explained. The core battle site back then should be where the treasure is. The place we're at now should be the periphery. Jade Hollow Child should be able to use the celestial chasing talisman to track to the place with the most energy. As he said that, Jiang Kuei added, everyone be careful. The space battlefield is very big. Although it's a whole area that covers all 3 realms, it's actually divided into countless small cages. We're only in one of the areas. Try not to wander around and get lost in it. In the space battlefield, some areas only have one door. We can't get out from other places. Once you're trapped, you can't break out of the battlefield and you're trapped inside. There's no energy here. After a long time, we'll also fall into a period of desolation or even die here. Fang Ping asked, I heard that this battlefield is a powerhouse's origin space. Is that true? Jiang Kuei and the rest looked at each other. These people might not have experienced that period, but they were active during the earthly emperor god dynasty era, so they knew some things. At this moment, Li Wuji's mentality fluctuated. There's such a rumor, but it's hard to say. The space battlefield is too big. If this is a powerhouse's origin space, we suspect that it's not just one person's origin space. Didn't Jiang Kuei say this before? This place is divided into many small spaces. That's why we guess that it might be a group of people's origin space. After these people died, the origin space connected and formed the current space battlefield. And these people are probably the people from the heavenly realm. A group of people, Fang Ping nodded slightly. At this moment, Jade Hollow Child kept a set of white bones and said slowly, it shouldn't be one person's. The space battlefield has strong and weak areas. The weak areas can be broken by 3 to 5 stages of origin. This might be the battlefield created by the deaths of some weak people. As for the strong areas, even Emperor level can't break them. This might be the battlefield left behind by the powerhouses back then. Back then, many Emperor levels participated in the battle, but they couldn't break it. It's very likely that it was left behind by the powerhouses. That's why once you're trapped here, it's very difficult to break the space and leave unless you find an exit. Having said that, a jade-colored talisman appeared in Jade Hollow Child's hand. He said, "This is the Immortal Chasing Talisman. Once it's opened, it will automatically find a place with abundant energy. Everyone, just follow the Immortal Chasing Talisman. Be careful along the way." Click. The Immortal Chasing Talisman broke open. Fang Ping sensed something unusual. This thing seemed to be related to Powerhouse's mentality. It was very weak, but it might have a special effect of sensing energy. The Immortal Chasing Talisman that broke open quickly floated in the air, then flew rapidly in a direction. Everyone hurried to catch up. There were 65 powerhouses left here. Since they could survive until now, there are not many weaklings. The resentful voices around them were still ringing, but everyone turned a deaf ear to them. Some of the weaker ones took the tranquil pill and were not affected too much. At the same time, in another place, a battle was erupting. Qi Huanyu killed a rioting rank 9 with a spear. His gaze was dark. He had no choice but to kill his own people. These people were disturbed and attacked their own people in a frenzy. They were extremely crazy and could not be suppressed at all. The longer it took, the more they were affected. In a short period of time, 7 or 8 powerhouses could not suppress themselves and attacked the people around them. At this time, everyone was frightened and uneasy. They did not even dare to trust their teammates. Qi Huanyu took a deep breath and shouted, "Everyone, if anyone feels that they can't suppress themselves anymore, tell me. Tell me, and I will control you. If you hide anything and attack others, you won't be able to stop then." In a short period of time, another 5 out of 175 powerhouses had fallen. 3 of them died in the hands of Qi Huanyu and the others, and 2 were killed by those crazy fellows. 170 rank 9s. These were all the remaining powerhouses in the catacombs. There were not so many of them here. During the chaotic situation, close to 20 people had run away outside and did not enter this place. At this moment, there were only about 150 catacombs powerhouses in the space battlefield. Qi Huanyu's expression did not look too good. The losses were too great. Moreover, this place was constantly being disturbed by those chaotic consciousnesses. He did not know how many people would survive until the end this time. Without further ado, a jade card appeared in Qi Huanyu's hand. It was similar to the Immortal Chasing Talisman. Soon, the jade card flew forward. Follow it. Don't get separated. Also, pay attention to reducing energy consumption. Qi Huanyu shouted, "This battlefield can't be broken from other places. It's difficult to absorb energy from the outside world. We can only rely on our own energy reserves and the energy, liquid, we brought to recover. Since Fang Ping and the others have also entered this place, we will definitely encounter them again. Everyone without energy, we will be lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Remember, Don't use energy recklessly. Everyone responded one after another. These powerhouses were not stupid. Moreover, everyone had entered this time under the true king's orders and had brought a lot of recovery supplies. However, after a few battles, everyone had used up a lot of energy. Some of them did not have storage rings, so some of the supplies they brought had been used up. The 150 powerhouses did not say much in this place. One by one, they followed the powerhouses in front of them in silence. Around them, some powerhouses looked around vigilantly. In this place, the range of mentality exploration was not large. No one knew if there were other dangers in the space battlefield. Currently, both parties were about 100 li apart. They began to rush toward the center. In the direction of the space battlefield, the central area, it was not completely dark. Some faint light spilled out, illuminating the surrounding few thousand meters. The ground of this place was blood red. Some white bones were exposed on the blood-red ground. Dead silence, as if it had been dead for thousands of years. White bones and the color of blood covered the entire ground. In the center of the ground, where the source of the light source was, there seemed to be an altar set up. On the altar, a crystal bead spilled out a faint glow. This was the source of the light in this place. The altar covered a large area. Just as Feng Ping and the others entered the place that had been dead silent for countless years, there was a slight movement. Around the altar, there were originally 4 statues in 4 directions. The statues were all sitting cross-legged on the ground, as if they had been standing there for countless years. Their exterior was wrapped in a thick layer of gray matter. The moment Feng Ping and the others entered, the 4 statues suddenly emitted a faint glow. Someone has entered. How young? Is it the oracle? The 4 statues seemed to have come to life at this moment, emitting a faint voice. The statues did not move. They still maintained their cross-legged posture. The voice also dissipated in the blink of an eye. Very soon, it returned to dead silence again, as if the one who spoke previously was not them, the outside world. When the names on the stone monument no longer decreased, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that both sides did not encounter anymore and did not attack again. Until now, they had not even seen the earthly emperor's relics, but so many people had died. Everyone could not bear it anymore. Inside it was quiet, but outside at this moment a storm was surging. The void was constantly shaking. More and more powerhouses rushed over. Some powerhouses were rushing to this place continuously, including Heavenly Emperor Chongrong, who was blocked at the door previously. At this moment, his figure also flashed away, vanishing into the void. Dragon transformation left, bringing his daughter and disciples back to Dragon transformation heaven. Heavenly Emperor Chongrong naturally would not miss this opportunity. At this moment, he also rushed over. Not all of the 22 heavens beyond heavens had emperor-level powerhouses surviving. But at this moment, many heavens beyond heavens emperors came, more than 10, from the overseas immortal islands. More than 10 thearchs had also rushed over. At this time, a few emperor-level experts and some true gods had also arrived from the 8 major domains. At this moment, there were experts in all directions. On the peak, the faces of Zhang Tao and the others also turned solemn. There were more and more experts, emperor rank. Perhaps there were already more than 30 of them here. As for the desperate Abyss realm, there were hundreds of them. Meanwhile, Zhang Tao suddenly smiled and said, "I'm a little curious. How many hopeless realms are there in the 3 realms? I'm afraid not all of them are listed on the wind cloud list, right?" From afar, Taoist Fengyan laughed. 8 grotto heavens, 22 sky beyond heavens, 33 overseas immortal islands, god continents, 4 great royal courts, and the experts of the human world. There should be more than 300 true gods. So little? Zhang Tao chuckled. The catacombs already have close to 200 of them. We humans also have more than 50 of them. So the other parties only have more than 50 of them. In that case, the other forces won't be able to do it. Taoist Fengyan smiled. After all, we suffered heavy losses in the battles back then. Thousands of true gods have fallen. Zhang Tao interrupted. There are quite a number of demons in the Forbidden Ocean. There shouldn't be so many true gods, right? According to what Taoist Fengyan said, the other forces probably only had 1 or 2 true god powerhouses. The Land of Realms was still fine, but the overseas immortal islands and sky beyond heavens only had so few true gods? There were more than 60 forces, but only a few dozen true gods? Taoist Fengyan laughed again. The sea of bitterness is boundless. There might be some that are overlooked. How can I know everything? Then your wind cloud list won't do. Zhang Tao laughed. How can it work if the wind cloud list of the 3 realms doesn't even have a complete list of people? I think you should just remove your wind cloud list. Why isn't the one from Mount Wangu on the list? Also, don't you have any forces backing you? All right, what about the evil sects? Why isn't the Grand Pope on the list? Or are they hidden among the people on the list? You don't even know how many powerhouses there are in the 3 realms, and you still want to list it? You're really shameless. Taoist Fengyan chuckled. When the big change comes, the powerhouses will naturally come out. It won't be too late to add to the list then. I'm not in a hurry. I just want to know something, Zhang Tao said slowly. Has the heavenly realm really disappeared? Taoist Fengyan said nothing. You people have been hiding without a trace. Where are you hiding? Zhang Tao said to himself, there are territories in heaven beyond heaven, the land of boundaries, and everyone else. Are you hiding in the Forbidden Ocean? But the overseas immortal islands and the demon race have been active for so many years. There will be traces, unless you're hiding in a place that they can't find, like in a fragment of the heavenly realm. Zhang Tao chuckled. I think the heavenly realm's collapse isn't without a trace. Some places still exist. You guys are hiding in the fragment of the heavenly realm. Maybe you guys have really established a new world. Zhang Tao continued. Are there the remains of an emperor? The remains of an extreme Tao heavenly emperor? Are there any ancient inheritances? Divine weapons? Was there anything about the great way of the emperor? Can it help people break through? He asked many questions in a row. At this moment, Heavenly King Subduing's voice came from the void. Not necessarily. The heavenly realm was huge back then, bigger than the divine continent where the earthly emperor god dynasty was. It's normal for some fragments to fall. It's possible that the 9 palaces and even the heavenly court weren't destroyed and fell into a nameless space. Zhang Tao smiled. Is the seed of rebirth necessary to become an emperor? If the emperor falls and the great Tao remains, can we directly become emperors by taking the emperor Tao? I've always been curious. Why didn't anyone think of going to the ruins of the heavenly realm? At this moment, someone in the void said, who said they didn't? Back then, the heavenly emperor was still alive. He led a group of people to search for the ruins of the heavenly realm. In the end, the heavenly emperor fell and the others suffered heavy casualties. In the end, they found nothing. That's enough to make you give up. Zhang Tao smiled. Then I'll doubt your determination to become emperors. If it were me, I would definitely continue searching all these years. Since the heavenly emperor has fallen, it means that there might really be a way to become an emperor. Although it's dangerous. Riches come from danger. Don't you understand that? Humph. What do you know? Someone said indifferently, the ruins of the heavenly realm are in the sea of bitterness. The sea of bitterness is boundless. If there's a clear direction, we will naturally look for it. But the powerhouses of the 33 immortal islands have searched for countless years and haven't found it. How can we search aimlessly? As soon as this was said, a powerhouse of the overseas immortal islands added, we have searched, but the sea of bitterness is dangerous. The spiritual energy can't be restored. Often, after searching for some areas, we can't support it anymore and have to return. There are also many spatial cracks in the sky above the sea of bitterness. Some are even multi-heavenly cracks. It's extremely dangerous. Even emperors are in danger of dying. These people still said something. It wasn't that they didn't want to search, but that they really couldn't find it. Searching aimlessly was more likely to be courting death. Rather than that, it was better to find the seed of rebirth. This was clearer. Emperor Tsang knows, someone said indifferently. In the past, unquestionable Jian went to the ruins of the heavenly realm. Emperor Tsang's divine weapon was probably obtained there. Unfortunately, Emperor Tsang doesn't want to say much and often sleeps. We can't force Emperor Tsang because of our past relationship. Zhang Tao smiled. Past relationship? What relationship? Does Ash Cat have a relationship? Everyone was silent. Heavenly King Jin smiled. It's just fear. As long as Heavenly Hound isn't dead, who dares to provoke Ash Cat? After Heavenly Hound died, Ash Cat's hibernation couldn't be found. When it reappeared, the battle of the earthly Emperor God dynasty had ended. The heavens beyond heavens and the overseas immortal islands had suffered heavy losses. The war between the North and the South had already become obvious. They had to seal off the forbidden areas, with some people secretly protecting them, who would deal with Ash Cat if they couldn't reach an agreement. After a few more years, unquestionable Jian will become stronger. When the battle of the supreme battlefield breaks out, all the powerhouses will be killed and those who survived will be seriously injured. At this time, who would dare to provoke Ash Cat? Heavenly King Jin said and smiled. Zhang Tao, Ash Cat will have to rely on your protection now. This cat is very eye-catching. If you don't protect him, someone will secretly attack him. Zhang Tao smiled. I'll try my best. After all, Ash Cat has contributed to mankind. Senior, please do your best. Heavenly King Zhen smiled. Of course. After the conversation between the two, the surroundings were silent. No one said a word. Ash Cat, it would be strange if no one had designs on Ash Cat at this time. Some people didn't know that Ash Cat had so many artifacts, and they didn't know that it knew the location of the heavenly realm. Now, some things couldn't be hidden anymore. Fate King glanced at Zhang Tao and frowned slightly. What was King Wu's purpose in mentioning Ash Cat at this time? Now that he mentioned it in public, was it a deterrent, or did he have another purpose? On the other side, Li Zhu continued to cough. His face was pale as he glanced at Zhang Tao. Zhang Tao also looked at him and said with a smile, Li Zhu, don't pretend to be sick. If you and I work together, we might be able to do something big. Later, we will work together to kill some emperor-level powerhouses. The catacombs will belong to you, and Earth will belong to me. That's the right way. Li Zhu smiled. King Wu, you must be joking. Don't regret it. I'm in a good mood now. That's why I'm working with you. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Zhang Tao said playfully. If you and I work together, it won't be difficult to kill some guys. Li Zhu shook his head with a smile and let out a sigh. King Wu, why do you have to drag me down with you? I don't have much time left. Zhang Tao squinted his eyes and smilingly said, You should ask Taoist Fengyan. You're ranked in the top 10 on the monarch ranking. Why are you saying that you don't have much time left? Taoist Fengyan smilingly said, I'm only responsible for ranking. I'm not involved in anything else. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tao burst out laughing. That was more than enough. Chapter 971. In the dark space battlefield. Fang Ping's eyes turned blood red. He said in a low voice, Be careful. The chaotic consciousness is getting stronger. Be careful. Everyone, pay attention to your companions. If you feel uncomfortable, tell us immediately. Understood. Everyone responded. Fang Ping said with a smile, But it's not like I've gained nothing. I've heard a lot of gossip. Everyone was silent. Are you so free? What are you thinking about now? Speaking of which, there was a lot of gossip. Moon Spirit, you lunatic. Your man is dead, and you're hooking up with the two from the demon palace. Bitch, can the two remnants of the demon palace satisfy you? There was a lot of foul language. The powerhouses who died in the past also went crazy. They no longer had the dignity of a powerhouse. They scolded everything. Now, the remaining consciousness here continued the situation. The scolding had not stopped for thousands of years. Tianming, you're just a lackey of the earthly emperor. You're just a projection. How can you live? Tianji, you look like a girl. Are you related to Tianming? Angry scolding and mocking laughter rang in everyone's ears. There was a lot of gossip. Back then, countless powerhouses died in battle. Many of them died here. As the leaders of the North and South factions, the remnants of the earthly Emperor God dynasty, the powerhouses were scolded a lot. Emperor Qing Tong was also scolded a lot. Jiang Kuei's face was livid. He could not say anything. In fact, he could not say anything. They were all dead. There was nothing he could do except for some remnant will. If the gossip at the beginning was just simple gossip and scolding, Fang Ping had heard something useful later. Scam. It's all a scam. Qing Tong, moon spirit. You're in cahoots. The war between the North and the South. Ha ha ha, it's all fake. It's you? You're still alive. The Emperor's disciple. I've seen you before. When Fang Ping and the others approached the core area, his expression changed slightly. The Emperor's disciple? Fang Ping said in a low voice. Someone from the Emperor's disciple appeared. Jiang Kuei was silent. After a while he said, I don't know. At the last moment of the war, only some powerhouses were still fighting here. I heard that some people came later and ended the war. A group of people has arrived. Fang Ping said calmly, I've heard of it before. I think it's the root of the current cult. Oh, right. How much do you know about this organization? Jiang Kuei and the others looked at each other. After a while, Yu Wuhua said, I have also heard of this organization. After the destruction of the heavenly realm, it had been active. However, during the era of the earthly Emperor God dynasty, it was not too conspicuous. However, in the battle of the earthly Emperor God dynasty, these people might be involved. The fact that the earthly sovereign was a projection was actually very sudden back then. It might have been spread by this group of people. Yu Wuhua continued. Actually, the fall of the heaven realm attracted the attention of all parties at first. But after the projection of the earthly sovereign appeared, everyone no longer suspected that the heaven realm had been destroyed. They only knew that a great battle had taken place, causing the heaven realm to no longer appear in front of everyone. Just like that, the projection of the earthly sovereign established the divine dynasty, which lasted for thousands of years. In the end, it was revealed that it was just a projection which caused chaos. Experts from all walks of life attacked the divine dynasty and destroyed it. Fang Ping asked curiously, the earthly emperor should be the demon emperor mentioned in the catacombs. Why would his projection establish a god dynasty? Fang Ping was still very puzzled about this. If the heaven realm was gone, what was the point of him establishing a god dynasty? Yu Wuhua thought for a while and said, maybe it was to buy time. The earthly emperor god dynasty lasted for thousands of years, and the three realms have actually been peaceful for thousands of years too. Actually, some people have guessed that the emperors might not have died completely, or they might have taken advantage of that time to reincarnate. The peace was maintained for thousands of years to allow the emperors to reincarnate and grow up, so that people wouldn't know that the emperors had reincarnated and would search for the emperor's reincarnation, causing the emperors to be killed. There was some truth to this conjecture. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. So, during those thousands of years the emperors had reincarnated? Have you guessed their targets? Yes, Yu Wuhua nodded, then shook his head and said, but most of those people died later on. When the battle of the earthly emperor god dynasty broke out, those people were also our main targets. However, the possibility of them being the emperor's reincarnation is not high. Some people think that we might have missed someone, or that the emperors had not reincarnated. The earthly emperor god dynasty lasted for thousands of years. Perhaps the emperors were in deep sleep, buying time for themselves to recover from their injuries. There were two explanations. The first one was that the emperors had reincarnated during that period. The second one was that they had fought for thousands of years to recover from their injuries. The earthly emperor was maintaining stability in the catacombs, so the powerhouses dared not act rashly. Naturally, they dared not covet the emperors. Even though they knew that the heavenly realm had fallen, no one dared to search for the remains of the heavenly realm during that period. During that period, some things in the heavenly realm had been completely concealed. Fong Ping said again, I heard that before the establishment of the earthly emperor god dynasty, there was a blank period. Yes, about 1,000 or 2,000 years. Yu Wuhua continued. During that period, the Misery Sea was the most chaotic. We know this. At that time, the heavenly realm had just fallen, and the Misery Sea was almost uninhabitable. All kinds of space cracks were densely covered. At that time, a large number of powerhouses had migrated and left the Misery Sea. Until the later period, it stabilized and became the Misery Sea we know today. After that, the earthly emperor's projection appeared and established the earthly emperor god dynasty. Fong Ping said, the earthly emperor god dynasty lasted for more than 3,000 years and was destroyed about 2,500 years ago. Including the previous chaotic period of 1,000 or 2,000 years, it was about 7,000 years, right? More or less. The heavenly realm fell for 7,000 years, and now many emperor-level powerhouses are facing the end of their lifespans. Does that mean that these emperor-level powerhouses all lived in the heavenly realm? Yu Wuhua nodded and said that's right. In fact, the heavenly realm period was also divided into different periods. In the last 1,000 years before the heavenly realm fell, the emperors almost never appeared in the world again. The period when the emperors were really active in the three realms was about 8,000 years ago. The ancient venerable emperors we speak of generally refer to the powerhouses before this period. Their lifespans are more than 8,000 years old. They were venerable emperors 8,000 years ago. It takes at least 1,000 years for them to become emperors. Therefore, these ancient venerable emperors have a lifespan of more than 9,000 years, therefore. Some of the ancient venerable emperors are approaching the end of their lifespans. In the last 1,000 years of the heavenly realm's existence, the powerhouses who became emperors during this period are actually not called ancient venerable emperors. Generally speaking, they are called emperors who became emperors at the end of the gods and demons era. The 1,000 or 2,000 years between the heavenly realm and the earthly emperor god dynasty is called the chaotic period. After that, it is the period of the earthly emperor god dynasty. After that, it is the period of the blessed enclave. Then, the war between the north and the south broke out, causing turmoil for nearly 1,000 years. After that, the demon emperor entered the land realm and caused turmoil again. Yu Wuhua briefly explained the situation, and Fong Ping also thoroughly sorted out the timeline. It was not for nothing to sort out these things. Fong Ping thought for a while and said, after the heavenly realm was destroyed in the 1,000 years of the chaotic period, did that organization have any activities? The few of them looked at each other. After a while, Yushu Zi said, actually, none of us are from that era. However, although it was chaotic back then, I don't think I've heard of any signs of this organization's activities. Fong Ping raised his eyebrows and said, in that case, this organization appeared almost at the same time as the earthly emperor's projection. The few powerhouses looked at each other again and said, quickly, it seems so. After the earthly emperor god dynasty was established, there were some activities of this organization, the people who survived from the heavenly realm. Fong Ping smiled and said, in that case, the earthly emperor's projection and the evil sect's source organization actually appeared at the same time, and they most likely escaped from the ruins of the heavenly realm. Various parties have made such a judgment. Jiang Kuei chimed in, but he quickly shook his head and said, even if we know all this, it's useless. In the past, the heaven realm was a place where many experts lived. Not only were there emperors, there were also some emperors. It was rumored that there were 4 emperors, 8 kings, and 36 saints. These people were all top-notch experts among the emperors. They also had their own training grounds in the heaven realm. It's impossible to find out who established that organization. It's been very mysterious all these years. Fong Ping smiled and did not say much. Very quickly, Fong Ping's eyes flickered. I think there's someone there. Qi Huanyu and the others? As soon as he said that, everyone became vigilant. Encountering Qi Huanyu and the others in this place would inevitably result in a battle. They didn't have many people left. If they could avoid it, it would be best to avoid it now. Just when Fong Ping and the others thought that they had encountered Qi Huanyu on the catacomb side, Qi Huanyu's expression also changed as he said in a deep voice, "There's someone here. Stay alert." Everyone was on guard. A moment later, Qi Huanyu took a deep breath and said with fear in his heart, "Be careful! Not Fong Ping and the others. This is..." At that moment, many demons appeared in front of them, an expert of the demon clan. Qi Huanyu was slightly surprised. Why would there be experts of the demon clan here? It was not surprising that there were demons. However, the demons from the catacombs were on his side. Most of the demons from the Forbidden Sea were with Fong Ping and the others and were on Li Wuji's side. There were actually demons here. This was a space battlefield. Where did these demons come from? Where did they come from? At that moment, among the crowd, a demon expert's mentality fluctuated and said, "This is an ancient demon, Cloud Leopard." Rumor has it that cloud leopards only live in the clouds and have been extinct for a long time. Along with the disappearance of the heaven realm, they disappeared in the long river of history. I can't believe there are so many cloud leopards here. Everyone was surprised. It was not just one cloud leopard in front of them, but a group of at least 100. Qi Huanyu's expression changed slightly. Without further ado, he shouted in a low voice, "Kill! These cloud leopards are coming for us." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone rushed forward. A battle broke out on their side, and so did Fong Ping's side. It was the same as Qi Huanyu and the others. However, Fong Ping and the others encountered a group of monsters that looked like porcupines. They did not have as many as Qi Huanyu and the others. With 40 to 50 of them, Fong Ping killed a porcupine monster with a punch. Then his expression changed slightly. The monster that he had killed did not leave a corpse behind. It was as if it did not exist. It disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone was shocked. Fong Ping was surprised at first. Then, as if he had thought of something, he murmured, "A fish-headed monster!" The others looked surprised. What did he mean? Fong Ping thought of the fish-headed monster in the cat's source world, an illusory existence, the cat's own fantasy existence. Right now, the space battlefield he was in seemed to be a powerhouse's source space. This monster was killed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Could it be that this was also an illusion in the powerhouse's source space? This thing can really hurt people. Fong Ping had already seen that someone in the crowd was injured. He was extremely surprised. He had thought that these illusory things in the source space would not be lethal. They were just fantasies. However, at this moment, reality told him that these things were lethal. There are only a few dozen of them. Fong Ping suddenly swallowed. He felt like he had forgotten something. For example, the cat. In the cat's source space, although it was only 1,000 meters wide, the number of fish-headed monsters was terrifying. There were at least tens of thousands of them. The cat ate hundreds of them in one go. Previously, he had thought that they were all illusory things. He could imagine as many as he wanted. They did not have any combat strength anyway. However, now, Fong Ping suddenly had doubts. Did the fish-headed monsters in the cat's source space really not have any combat strength? If so many fish-headed monsters had rank 9 combat strength, it would be terrifying. At this moment, Jiang Kuei suddenly growled, "Be careful! I'm afraid the space battlefield in this place is still alive." Damn it, Is it caused by too many people dying, or did something else happen? The owner of this place won't come back to life, right? The people were all dead. The source space had turned into a space battlefield. Logically speaking, these things shouldn't exist at all. However, these monsters had appeared now. They had killed the monsters. The disappearance of the monsters had attracted the attention and speculation of these people. Jiang Kuei's expression was solemn. Be careful. It said that some powerhouses in the past had a powerful source space. They integrated the materialized objects into the source space and created an alternative world. When they fought in the source space, their combat strength increased greatly. This is also the realm that we spiritual consciousness powerhouses pursue. There are actually source demons here. This powerhouse back then was probably also a spiritual consciousness powerhouse. Moreover, he integrated the materialized objects into the source space. This is why an alternative world can be born in the source space. Fang Ping was stunned. Integrated materialized objects into the source space. This was the first time he had heard of it. Jiang Kuei said in a low voice, "That's right. When the materialized objects have reached this realm, the increase in our combat strength is actually limited. Why can a spiritual consciousness powerhouse compete with a physique powerhouse? It's because of the source space. We are all trying to integrate the materialized objects into the source space to forge a stronger source world. The stronger the source world, the more invincible we are in the source world. Back then, when we fought in the source space, we killed many physique powerhouses." Fang Ping thought of the cat again. This cat had always despised them for fighting outside until they were badly mutilated, but it liked to stab others to death in the source space. In that case, the cat's source world was actually integrated with its materialized objects. Countless thoughts flashed through Fang Ping's mind. In that case, I can actually integrate my materialized objects into the source space and forge a new world in my own source world. Spiritual consciousness powerhouses, which were also mentality powerhouses, fought in the source world most of the time. Ninth level mentality, Fang Ping thought about something while killing the monsters. My crystal house has been exploding recently. This is not a good thing. If I integrate it into the source space, will I be able to avoid this situation? Moreover, the source space integrated with the materialized objects seemed to be able to create things. These demons seemed to be created out of thin air. Fang Ping realized that he seemed to have neglected the mentality powerhouses. At this moment, while fighting, he asked quickly, "I almost forgot to ask. You mentality powerhouses seem to be fighting with your bodies too. Why don't I see many of you fighting with the source space?" Jiang Kuei explained, "It's not that we don't need to. The key is that it's extremely dangerous to fight with same-rank powerhouses. In the previous battles, we released our spiritual consciousness to intimidate and kill the enemy. The battle in the source space is mainly aimed at martial artists with weak spiritual consciousness. This way, we can end the battle faster. Then, if you guys have weak vitality but strong mentality, will you be stronger fighting in the source space?" "Of course." Jiang Kuei said, "This is related to the completeness of your source space and the degree of integration of the materialized objects. Us spiritual consciousness powerhouses can actually use one as two at a critical moment, doing two things at once. We can fight with powerhouses with our bodies, and the source space can pull the enemy's will and mentality into it. However, it's very difficult. Moreover, our bodies are slightly weaker, so we mainly use our spiritual consciousness to fight with our bodies." Fang Ping was tempted, doing two things at once. If that's the case, I can use my mentality to kill the enemy while fighting with my body in the future? Currently, he also used his mentality to cooperate with his body. However, the use of his mentality was more for self-detonation to kill the enemy. Now, however, the cracks on his brain nucleus had increased. Fang Ping was actually worried. If he integrated it into the source space, perhaps he would not need to self-detonate anymore. Then how do we integrate it? Jiang Kuei said nothing. He was asking everything. What was Fong Ping thinking? This was a cultivation method that specialized in the path of spiritual consciousness. Fong Ping seemed to have realized this too. Suddenly, he thought of the cultivation method that came from Quichang Mountain. Could it be that this was what it was talking about? Old Zhang seemed to have gotten it a long time ago, but he had not passed it down. Could it be that old Zhang integrated his materialized objects into the source space? This guy, his mentality is very strong. He cut it many times, but nothing happened. Last time, he was almost beaten to death. Could it be that because his mentality was useless and he integrated it into the source space, is he hiding his strength? Fong Ping licked his lips. Old Zhang might have integrated his own materialized objects. Last time, maybe it was not perfected yet, so he did not use it, or he was lulling his opponent. He might also have a powerful source space. This guy. What does the source space look like? Forget about him. What about me? Could it be that I can create a new world in my own source world? At this time, Fong Ping thought of the great dream he had when his mentality materialized. At that time, he wanted to perfect the materialized objects, create an earth, and use it to smash people. Later, he realized that this project was too big. It was so big that he had lost all hope. Therefore, in the later stages, what he had been perfecting was actually his house of gold, not the entire materialized object. Until now, Sun City was still Sun City. There were not many changes. When Fong Ping thought of this, he asked hurriedly again, could it be that the more perfect the materialized objects are, the more stable the source world is? This did not involve cultivation methods. Jiang Kuei said again, that's right. After the materialized objects are integrated into the source world, what we need to do is to perfect our own source world. When that happens, the materialized objects and the source world will actually be one. The more perfect your source world is, the more powerful it will be, and the stronger your strength will be. It will also not be easily destroyed by the enemy. Otherwise, if the source space is destroyed, you will be in trouble. You might fall into a deep sleep forever. I can create these demons at will. Jiang Kuei said immediately, of course not. Creating life in the source world is also a watershed. Under normal circumstances, you need to have at least emperor-level strength to have a hope of creating life in the source world, creating something out of nothing. Of course, it will consume your energy, including your spiritual consciousness. Can these demons of the source world appear in the outside world? They can't. Jiang Kuei answered straightforwardly. The source world is a world that exists between reality and illusion. The life here can only survive in the source world. We're now in the space battlefield. That's why we encountered these demons. If we go out, these demons actually don't exist. What about the Emperor? Fong Ping said quickly, if the Emperor also integrates with the materialized objects into the source world and creates life afterward, can they walk out? The earthly sovereign projection that you mentioned is different from a clone. Isn't it a life created in the source world? At this moment, Fong Ping was extremely clear-headed. The earthly sovereign projection, not the earthly sovereign's clone. How did it project? He did not understand it before, but now he understood a little. Could it be that a projection of the earthly sovereign was created in the source world? Then the life of the source world walked out, and that was how the earthly sovereign projection appeared? Jiang Kuei pondered for a moment before saying, maybe. Whether it is or not, we are not sure either. However, the earthly sovereign projection is indeed not a clone. If it really is a clone, then it is connected to the earthly sovereign's spiritual consciousness. However, the earthly sovereign projection is not connected to spiritual consciousness. It may also be a special ability of the Emperor. Of course, we cannot rule out the possibility that it is a life in the source world. Creating a world, creating life. At this moment, Fong Ping was in a trance. Some things could not bear to think about. If he thought about it, it would be too horrifying. The earth in his past life What kind of place was it? Could it be that it was a powerhouse's source world? As for him, Fong Ping, could it be that he was the reincarnation of a top-notch powerhouse's source world? The cat said that I stole energy. Could it be that what I stole was that powerhouse's everything? Was the system in my eyes something that belonged to that powerhouse? That powerhouse might have fallen, and he had walked out of his source world coincidentally? Fong Ping was in a trance when he was hit by a few monsters. The others were a little surprised when they saw the scene. These monsters' combat strength was around rank 8. Fong Ping was actually hit. Was he injured? Am I a real existence or am I just a fake life? Fong Ping shook his head. He could not think about it. If he thought about it, he would doubt himself. He could not think about it. He was about to enter the Origin Dao realm. If he doubted himself at this time, he would be in big trouble. Something big might happen. Fong Ping suppressed the palpitation in his heart. He quickly killed those monsters, pushing everything to the bottom of his heart. Chapter 972. Although these demons were not weak, they were not too strong either. Soon, these demons were all killed. No one died. Fong Ping had just breathed a sigh of relief when someone in the crowd said in a low voice, "He's used up 30% of his vitality." Me too. These demons seem to be here on purpose to drain our blood qi. Someone is secretly controlling all of this. There are still living people here. Or is the master of this place really going to wake up? Everyone was a little worried. Although everyone had brought recovery pills or treasures, these things were also limited. In the previous battle, everyone had already used up a lot of them. The conditions on the human side were even worse. He relied almost entirely on the imperishable substance that Fong Ping gave him to recover. Now, how many more did Fong Ping have? Fong Ping did not speak. He glanced at his own data. Wealth? 2. 5 billion points vitality. 185,400 calories. 185,500 calories. Spirit, 8,999 hertz. 10,005 hertz. Separable consciousness body. Power of destruction. 78 yuan, 78 yuan. Storage space. 10,000 cubic meters plus. Energy barrier. 1./minute plus. Aura simulation. 10 per minute plus. Origin detailed analysis. 10-100 million points / time his vitality and mentality had increased slightly. He had 5 billion wealth points left. 250,000 yuan worth of imperishable substance. Currently, the remaining rank 9 powerhouses were all the extremely powerful ones. Once they used up all their energy to recover, they would need at least 50 yuan or more. There were more than 60 people, and they all relied on Fong Ping. That was more than 3,000 yuan each time. And this was not counting the injuries. If they were injured, the consumption would be even greater. In the outside world, it was still fine. Everyone could quickly convert energy to recover. On the other hand, in the space battlefield, if there was no recovery and everyone went all out in a life-and-death battle, a rank 9 powerhouse would probably run out of energy in half an hour. He had to do it at least twice an hour. A consumption of close to 10,000 yuan. There were more than 60 powerhouses. If they did not suffer any serious injuries, Fong Ping would use up 10,000 indestructible substances in an hour. In a day and a night, he would be depleted. And this was the most ideal situation. His own consumption was even greater, and he was still tempering his body. Perhaps he wouldn't be able to last that long. Thinking of this, Fong Ping said quickly, "Everyone speed up! We must evacuate this place within a day." At the same time, Qi Huanyu and the others also looked gloomy. The demons had been killed. However, they had also expended a lot of energy. As for their losses, it wasn't much. Looking ahead, Qi Huanyu took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, "I'm afraid there are more demons ahead. Everyone be careful. Remember to maintain a certain amount of energy." The purpose of these demons was obvious. They seem to be here to exhaust them. After saying that, Qi Huanyu shouted, "Split into 3 teams and take turns to fight." This was the only way to give some people time to recover. If they all fought together, it would be very difficult to fight. Time passed slowly. On the morning of the 1st of March, Fang Ping and the others entered the battlefield. At this moment, the sun was shining brightly outside. Almost 10 hours had passed. In these 10 hours, 90% of the experts had died. Now, although there were very few casualties, everyone's hearts were clenched. At this time, both sides must have entered the spatial battlefield. Whether or not they could seize the treasure, whether or not they could break through the battlefield at the last moment, and whether or not they could successfully bring back the treasure. These were all things that everyone was concerned about. On top of the peak, Old Man Li and the rest had recovered a lot by now. Old Man Li exhaled and said, "Minister, let us go in again." Right now, Fang Ping and the rest have much fewer people than the other party. After suffering so many losses, I'm afraid the catacombs won't be fooled again. Zhang Tao ignored him and looked at the battlefield for a while. After a while, he said, "The humans have suffered heavy losses this time. We can't go in and add fuel to the fire anymore. We have to preserve some of our strength. All of you, go back now." Zhang Tao said lightly, "Go to Imperial Sea Mountain and wait." Right now, Sino Nation's passageways are almost empty. Be careful of the catacombs, people rushing in now. The absolute peak was here. There were about 80 rank 9s in Sino Nation. That was including Polaris City. This time, Polaris City and Fang Ping brought nearly 50 rank 9s. There were only 30 rank 9s defending in Sino Nation. Although there were so many rank 9s, if something happened, it would be difficult to have the strength to help. Hearing Zhang Tao's words, a few of them were slightly worried. However, Old Manly knew something. At the thought of this, he said, "All right, I'll bring people back to defend the catacombs first. Minister, if Fang Ping and the rest come out, be careful." "I don't need you to tell me." Zhang Tao laughed. Then, without another word, he blasted a black passageway with a punch. On the other side of the passageway, they could see Imperial Sea Mountain. Thousands of miles away, Old Man Li and the rest were shocked by his strength. However, some of them had seen it once before. Without further ado, the injured evacuated one after another. Around them, Life King and the rest watched for a while. Someone sneered and said nothing. Evacuate? Evacuating now might not be useful. This time, the land of Rebirth's true kings had come out in full force. They might have big plans. If these true kings of Rebirth died here, these people would die even if they evacuated to the ends of the earth. Old Man Li and the rest left quickly. After they left, Zhang Tao breathed a sigh of relief. At least he had sent a batch of people back. This time these people did not die. After going back and cultivating hard, they would all improve tremendously. On Li Changxing's side, Zhang Tao felt that there was hope for him to walk another 200 meters on the main road. After another 200 meters, Li Changxing and Qi Huanyu's strength would probably be almost the same. As for Wu Quishan and Wu Chuan, both of them were almost at the 9th stage now. After this, it would probably not be difficult for them to reach the 9th or 10th stage. As for Wu Chuan's resentful expression before he left, he pretended that he did not see it. He could not blame others if he was crippled. If he could not step into the Paragon, what could he do? That was fine too. Wu Chuan was one of the 4 guardians, after all. He was experienced and prudent. After Zhang Tao and the rest left, Sino Nation also needed a martial artist like this to guard. Fang Ping was too young. Wu Quishan was his vice-chancellor. Although Snake King was steady at times, he could not resist Fang Ping's persuasion sometimes. Tian Mu had entered the Heaven Division now. Li Diong's combat strength was not enough. Kong Lingyuan was a good person. He might continue to be in a coma this time. What was the point of counting on him? No matter how he thought about it, Zhang Tao felt that it was still necessary for Wu Chuan to stay. It might not be a good thing for him to be a newly promoted paragon now. A newly promoted paragon was too weak. If he participated in these things, he would easily be the first to fall. That was what Zhang Tao thought. Wu Chuan really did not think so. When he arrived at Mount Yuhai, Wu Chuan's expression was melancholic. His lofty aspirations vanished into thin air once again. Damn it, I've embarrassed myself again. Wu Chuan suddenly cursed under his breath. He could not go on like this anymore. Every time he was beaten half to death halfway through. He had no choice but to withdraw from the battle. This time he had decided to advance. He had said that he would not come out until he advanced. In the blink of an eye he was sent out again. Beside him, Tian Mu chuckled. You'll get used to it. It's not the first time anyway. Wu Chuan rolled his eyes wildly. Stop bullshitting. Although he said that, he took a look at the people around him. Wu Chuan still let out a sigh. He sighed. Many old friends have left again this time. The old people are getting fewer and fewer. Wu Chuan patted Li Hansong, who was still recovering. He lamented, the new generation is replacing the old. These few brats have grown so fast. I think their combat strength now is probably around 3 or 4 stage rank 9. Do you guys think after some time when they reach the Paragon, will I still be at Origin? The possibility is not low. Wu Quishan said casually, your improvement is too slow. It can't be helped. Wu Chuan's expression darkened. What did he say? My improvement is slow? I'm not that old either. 2 years ago, I was only 3 or 4 stage rank 9. Now I'm almost 9 stage rank 9. Is my improvement very slow? All right, very slow. Wu Chuan was helpless. So slow that it was scary. It could not be helped. The people around him were improving fast. Instead, he was the one who was slow. Not continuing this topic, Wu Chuan asked again, can Fong Ping and the rest get the Demon Emperor's relics this time and return successfully? Everyone said nothing. No one could guarantee this. They could only hope that Fong Ping could succeed. The key was that fewer people would die. If more people died, Sino Nation's vitality would be greatly damaged this time. At the same time, in the depths of the Forbidden Sea, the old cat's tongue stretched out. It was so tiring. It was almost done. Looking at his masterpiece, the old cat was quite satisfied. It was very cute, very cute. In the void, the black rift from before was gone. It turned into a huge door. On the door was an imprint of a cat eating a fish-headed monster. The transformation was a success. This is the Sky Gate. The old cat nodded seriously. Yes, this is the Sky Gate. The old cat created it. As for whether it was inappropriate to imprint a cat, this was not within its consideration. Open the Sky Gate and enter the heavenly realm. When the time comes, the pseudo-emperor and the rest will block this door. That's more or less enough. The old cat sat in the void, staring at the door for a while. After thinking for a while, he said, it's not domineering enough. After thinking for a while, the old cat added a few strokes on the big cat's head on the door, adding the word king. Meow. On the door, the big cat drawn on it suddenly became fierce. But no matter how he looked at it, it was still less domineering. The old cat racked his brains. Would this work? Forget it. That's it. The old cat was also tired. He could not be bothered anymore. He continued to sit in the void, holding his fat head with his claws. After thinking for a while, he extended his claws. Divine weapons appeared in front of him. Looking at the door, the old cat rolled and crawled over. After thinking for a while, he opened the door, revealing the heavenly realm ruins inside. Throw some divine weapons. When they see them, they will rush in immediately. The old cat muttered to himself. The old cat muttered to itself. It threw a few divine weapons inside with all its might. Then, Fong Ping's face appeared in its mind. It said, quickly, liar, liar, I've lost so many divine weapons. 13 divine weapons, including the god-slaying saber, that's 14. You must remember to return them to me. After saying that, the old cat hung up, quite satisfied. 14 divine weapons. He remembered it. The liar and the pseudo-emperor wanted to return 14 divine weapons to him. As for where so many of them came from, it was not his concern. Everything is ready. The old cat looked at the heavenly realm inside the door. After a while, he blinked his big eyes and said, "No, it's still a little lacking. The divine weapons are not enough. I have to get some real corpses in. No, I have to get something with the aura of an emperor." The old cat racked his brains again. The pseudo-emperor was really annoying. Setting up traps was too tiring. How long had it been since he did this? When the big dog was still alive, he seemed to have done it a few times. Once he set up a very, very big trap and lured the 3,000 horses of the southern imperial family into it. He remembered that he ate an entire horse feast that day and ate until he was full for a few years. However, the big dog was really miserable. After that, he was beaten by Emperor Nan until his tail was bald. The old cat shrugged his fat neck. Scared. Emperor Nan probably didn't know that this was set up by him, right? No, he had long forgotten. It was set up by the big dog. What did it have to do with him? He didn't eat much. What? 3,000 horses. He only ate 3,000 horse legs. The rest were all eaten by the big dog. I still need the aura of an emperor, the old cat thought for a while again. After a while, he took out something reluctantly. A big seal. A big golden seal. The heavenly quartz jade seal should be enough, right? The old cat muttered and mumbled. I'll keep it as a pillow. It's just a little hard. Forget it, forget it. I'll go back and buy something softer online. This emperor's aura is very strong. They all know what the heavenly quartz seal is. They will know what it is at a glance. They will definitely guess that there is an emperor's corpse inside. The old cat's fat face was full of smiles. This should be enough. Liar, liar, I lost another 9 emperor seal. It's even more powerful than a divine artifact. It's worth at least 10 divine artifacts. Remember to pay me back. The old cat reported again and then continued to cut off contact. I have the aura of an emperor and a divine artifact. What am I missing? The old cat looked at the sky again. What was missing? This arrangement could definitely attract many people, but might not be able to attract all of them. The fake human emperor actually wanted him to harm himself. It was too cruel. He wouldn't do it. I have to make the great path tremble. I have to make them think that the great path here is about to open. I can see the path of the emperor. The old cat began to scratch his head. This was a little difficult. He hadn't used his brain for a long time. Using it all at once was really a little tiring. What should I do? The old cat muttered to himself. After a while, he seemed to have an idea. He smiled happily and said, I got it. Then the old cat began to raise his butt, stick out his tongue, and continue to work. Once I'm done with this job, I can rest for a few years and have a good night's sleep. You still want me to go in? I won't go in. Right, I have to sneak in and open a small hole. Then I will sneak out and go back to bask in the sun and sleep. I'll be so angry. The old cat had a smug look on his face. Are you guys angry or not? You're all locked in, and I ran away. Are you angry? There's a hole at the bottom of the bath pool. Big Dog is so perverted. He even sneaked in last time. I won't do it. The old cat thought of a good place to open a hole. That place was very good. You wouldn't have thought that I would open a small hole there, right? When you all come in, I'll run. I'll let you fight and go home to bask in the sun and eat cat food. Right, the liar also promised me that he would give me a lot of delicious food when I go back. I wonder if the liar has prepared it. The old cat became even more smug. It wagged its tail. It seemed that after today's work, it could go back at night. Let the fake human emperor and the others stay here. It didn't want to stay here. It was very boring. The old cat made arrangements in full swing. At this moment, Zhang Tao was also thinking about whether the cat was reliable or not. If it was not reliable, he would have to do it himself. He was not unprepared. He had prepared something. This cat made a fake heavenly realm. It'll be a little troublesome if it doesn't look like one. I hope it's more or less realistic. As for the Emperor's aura, Zhang Tao glanced at the void in the distance. The heaven-suppressing king was over there. Perhaps he would have to rely on him. At this moment, Zhang Tao didn't know that the old cat not only didn't make a fake one, but also made a real heavenly realm fragment. Not only that, but everyone probably didn't expect that the 9 Emperors' seal would be with the old cat. The 9 Emperors' seal was not an artifact. It was similar to an imperial jade seal. In the past, when the heavenly court ruled the 3 realms, all the emperor's resolutions and decrees were stamped with the 9 Emperors' seal, representing the 9 emperors. Not only was the emperor's aura strong, but the aura of the 9 emperors was also frighteningly strong. It was countless times stronger than the earthly emperor seal of the earthly emperor god dynasty. Just as the old cat took out the 9 emperors' seal, in the void in the distance, the heaven-suppressing king's body trembled slightly, and a small jade seal appeared in his hand. The old man frowned slightly. The heavenly king's seal is reacting. What happened? The heaven-suppressing king looked around and murmured, "Is someone familiar here?" At the same time, in the Forbidden Sea, on an inconspicuous island, a figure also trembled slightly, and a jade seal appeared in his hand. At this moment, the seal was also trembling slightly. The person holding the seal was a very young and ordinary man. The man's face was illusory, and he was dressed plainly. He looked around and said softly, "The heavenly king's seal is moving. What triggered it?" The man looked around and chuckled after a while. "It seems something that I don't know has happened." The man stopped investigating and looked toward the coast. This place was very far from the sovereign battlefield, and there was also Mount Imperial Sea between them. However, the man seemed to see everything that was thousands of miles away. He murmured softly, "Li Xuanxia, you can't hold back any more?" With a chuckle, the man's figure instantly disappeared. A moment later, an incomparably huge crow demon beast landed and instantly turned into human form. It looked around, and its sharp eyes pierced through the void. It said in a low voice, "Did a powerhouse stop here? Who is it?" The crow demon beast stayed for a while and did not care anymore. It broke through the void again and disappeared from the island in the blink of an eye. After another moment, the crow demon beast broke through the void and appeared again. It looked around and murmured, "Did I sense wrongly?" This time, the crow demon beast really did not stay and disappeared without a trace. In the next second, the illusory man appeared in the same place again, as if he had never left. He looked at the void where the big crow disappeared and chuckled. "This crow has become an emperor. Time is merciless. 10,000 years. How many people turned to dust, and how many powerhouses disappeared in the long river of history? How many old friends were there now? Some inconspicuous people in the past had also stepped onto the stage now. In a few days, everything will end." The man murmured, tired. After 10,000 years, he was really tired. With a sigh, the man disappeared completely. In the king battlefield, in the second king palace, silence reigned. After a long time, Tianming monarch suddenly said, "Is the emperor still alive?" The emperor was the earthly emperor, the founder of the god dynasty. Tianji monarch said indifferently, regardless of whether he is alive or dead, "I'm afraid he can no longer interfere. Otherwise he would have appeared all these years." Tianming monarch said again, "Apart from you and me, how many of the 9 hall masters are still alive?" Now Tianming and Tianji monarch both had 9 hall masters. They were not unique and had existed since the era of the earthly emperor god dynasty. The 2 monarchs followed the old rules of the dynasty and created 9 hall masters. Back then, the earth emperor god dynasty was breached. As the 2 hall masters of the demon palace, they escaped from God continent. As for the other hall masters, some of them died in battle, while some appeared in the battle 2,000 years ago and died in the space battlefield. However, The whereabouts of the 9 palace masters and a few others were unknown, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Tianji monarch said indifferently, "I don't know. Maybe some of them have changed their names. The current overseas Immortal Islands, island masters, might be those people." "That's true." Tianming monarch sighed. The 9 hall masters and the 10 commanders of the God Court were almost all dead in that battle. Do you think His Majesty has an ulterior motive for leaving this to us? Can that thing really open the sealed Tao? We have studied it for so many years, but we have never touched that door. Tianji monarch frowned slightly. They had discussed this for a long time. Back then, the 9 palaces' palace masters were all there, as were the 10 great commanders, all of them powerful individuals among the emperor level. Eventually, His Majesty gave it to them, which was really surprising. Now that the past was brought up again, Tianji monarch thought about it and said, "Those people said that we can't see the door or touch it because we haven't nurtured it enough. Only the nurturing of a large number of experts can let this thing see the light of day again. This time, whether or not he could touch that door, he would know. If we get the seed of rebirth, we might be able to open the door and see the Emperor Tao." Tianming monarch nodded slightly and said no more. However, he still felt a little uneasy. Could they really get the earthly emperor's relic successfully this time? Could the heavenly court be built successfully? After so many years of preparation, everything that should be prepared had been prepared. Success or failure depended on this one move. At this moment, Tianming monarch looked at the void where the black hole was. "Since everyone wants to break the seal of this place, instead of letting you guys do it, I might as well do it myself. You all want us to come out again. Then we will do as you wish." Tianming monarch regained his composure. Since he went into hibernation that year, he had been preparing. Thousands of years had passed. Even if he failed that year, he might not fail this time. Inside the space battlefield, Fong Ping blew up an antelope monster with a punch and was panting slightly. 3 hours had passed. He still had not reached the place. This damn place was too big, and it was too torturous. More than 400 million wealth points had been used up. Fong Ping was a little worried. This place had no more wealth points to use. If they continued to use it, sooner or later, everyone would die. They were overwhelmed by the large number of origin demons. If it were not for Fong Ping's abundant wealth points, they might have lost some members a long time ago. The next moment, Fong Ping's ears twitched slightly. He looked to the left. More demons? Soon, Fong Ping growled, "People from the catacombs." Everyone was on their guard. Had they finally encountered powerhouses from the catacombs? After a while, a group of people appeared in front of everyone. They looked rather disheveled at this moment. The number of people had decreased once again. More than 150 people had entered. At this moment, only 130 people were left. In these few hours, the catacombs had lost another 20 or so powerhouses. The ratio of people had reached 2 to 1. There were 130 powerhouses in the catacombs. On Fong Ping's side, there were still 65 powerhouses. Chapter 973. Fong Ping. Qi Huanyu's face was a little gloomy. His expression became even more gloomy when he saw that almost no one on Fong Ping's side was injured. "You must have encountered those monsters too." Qi Huanyu looked at Fong Ping from hundreds of meters away and said in a low voice, "At this point, do you still want to fight to the death with us?" They clearly had the advantage in numbers, but Qi Huanyu was very patient, because there was a madman on the other side. Fong Ping was a lunatic, a complete lunatic. This guy didn't consider the consequences of his actions at all. What treasure? This guy was too clear. His opportunity was people. Killing was his main goal. Qi Huanyu was really troubled by the fact that he had encountered such a lunatic. This time, however, Fong Ping did not start a fight just because of a disagreement. Fong Ping looked at Qi Huanyu with a smile and said playfully, "Do you want to pay a toll?" "You, don't be angry." Fong Ping chuckled. Qi Huanyu, we've dealt with each other many times. Don't be so angry. It's rare for us to meet here. And now that we're facing a crisis together, let's have a good chat. Qi Huanyu was speechless. Fang Ping looked at Hua Ping in the crowd and smiled. I let you go last time, but Hua, you didn't give me the 10 birch fruits he promised. Now give them to me. Otherwise, Qi Huanyu, no one can renege on someone who owes me money. This guy doesn't want to give it to me. Either you kill him, or you keep him alive to play with me. Otherwise, we'll fight to the death. Qi Huanyu didn't say anything. Hua Ping, who was in the crowd, threw a jade box over and said, Your Highness wanted to give this to Minister Fang, but you never found the opportunity. The entire place was silent. The atmosphere was extremely strange. Jiang Kuei, Yu Wuhua, and the others were dumbfounded. Is that even possible? The other parties, people really delivered the treasures without saying a word. Hua Ping didn't care what the others thought of him. There were some things that Hua, you really did say. If Fang Ping had forgotten, then so be it. If he had not, then this fellow was not dead. If he met him, then he would give him a treasure. The last time Fang Ping had released Hua Ping, Hua Yu had indeed agreed to exchange 10 birch fruits for it. In the land of rebirth, it was fine if one went back on one's word with a martial artist. They were all mortal enemies, so who would pay the bill? However, Fang Ping was the one who owed it. This fellow was a madman. If you didn't give it to him, he would definitely remember it. He might even sneak into the Imperial Hua region and kill Hua Yu. If one were to become enemies with such a person, one had to be careful. Qi Huanyu's expression turned even uglier when Hua Ping handed over the treasure without hesitation. In an instant, the morale of the army was greatly reduced. Hua Ping was considered strong on the Skyplants Kingdom side. He had reached the 7th stage of origin, and he represented King Hua. King Hua's status in the Skyplants Kingdom wasn't low. When they ran into Fang Ping, Hua Ping immediately gave him the treasure that Fang Ping said he would give. This was a huge blow to their morale. Qi Huanyu was furious, but he also heaved a sigh of relief. It was very complicated. He was actually a little worried that Hua Ping wouldn't be willing to give up on a powerhouse on his side. If that happened, he would have no choice but to fight Fang Ping to the death. Now that Hua Ping had given it to him, even though it was a bit embarrassing, there was still a chance for him to ease the tension. Opposite, Fang Ping accepted the jade box, opened it, and smiled. Not bad. So this is a birch fruit? It feels similar to a maple fruit, but it's still a little lacking. Looks like the companion birch in the King Hua territory isn't that great after all. Fang Ping had eaten a few maple fruits. They were used to increase one's mentality, and each one was worth close to 200 billion. The birch fruits were a little lacking. Fang Ping had obtained 10 of them, and his wealth had increased by 150 million points. This meant that each fruit was worth about 150 billion. At the same time, this also meant that Qi Huanyu really didn't want to start a fight right now. Otherwise, he would still be in danger. His wealth had increased, which meant that Qi Huanyu didn't want to fight Fang Ping to the death. Fang Ping glanced at the birch fruits and didn't say much. He tossed them to Kong Lingyuan, Li Daong, and the others behind him. Eat them now. It'll increase your mentality and recover it. Kong Lingyuan and the others didn't say much. They divided the fruits among themselves and started eating. Opposite them, the corner of Hua Ping's mouth twitched. Even the King Hua territory needed a long time to accumulate 10 birch fruits. If it wasn't for the sake of safety, Hua, you wouldn't have let him bring them with him. Now, Fang Ping didn't want to eat them and tossed them to his companions. Fang Ping didn't care what they thought. He looked at the people opposite him and chuckled. This place consumes a lot of resources. I see that most of the things you brought here have been used up, right? I'll give you a chance now. I want to buy a few rank 9 unique fruits, the kind that can save lives. As for the price, 100 yuan for one. 100 yuan is enough for you to recover twice. Even if you're injured, it'll be enough if it's not a fatal injury. The atmosphere was getting weirder. Both sides had been fighting for so long, and this guy was starting to do business now. Jiang Kuei growled in a low voice, Fang Ping. They were facing an enemy. At a time like this, he still wanted to support the enemy. Was Fang Ping crazy? Recovery treasures were the most important. What rank? 9 unique fruits. Even if they could save lives, so what? They had no energy, no vitality, and severe injuries. Even if they survived in this place, they would still die. Fang Ping pressed his hands together and smiled. It's fine. A bunch of useless people. So what if they recover? Who knows how many source demons there are in this place? Also, I think there might be more important people behind them. Don't these guys want the treasures? Fine, if they don't go, should we? When they clear the obstacles in front of us, we'll go and take advantage of it. We'll give them some support so that they won't be easily killed. He said this in front of everyone. He didn't hide it at all. Under normal circumstances, Fang Ping would not hide things that he was well aware of. Only by saying it out loud could the other party lower their guard. At this moment, Qi Huanyu didn't care about this. He said in a low voice, You know there are people in the depths? What is this origin demon race? Idiot. Fang Ping sneered and scolded. Do you really think it's an accident that you've been exhausted to this extent? Someone is waiting to take advantage of you. You're so stupid. Do you think you're fit to be the commander-in-chief of the Heavenly Court? Qi Huanyu's expression was cold. He didn't explain. He knew there was a problem. However, on Divine Land side, most of the powerhouses were born in the past 1,000 years. Indeed, they didn't know much about some things. On Fang Ping's side, if not for Jiang Kuei and the others, he wouldn't know anything either. Fang Ping was too lazy to say more. He said impatiently, Are you trading or not? Qi Huanyu, it's only a matter of time before I kill you. If it's not today, it'll be tomorrow. However, killing is killing. It's not a problem to trade now. Of course, if you think you're capable of killing me and taking these, you can try. I'll only accept rank 9 unique fruits, the kind that can save lives and heal the source, or something like the cat fruit. I won't accept anything else. The catacombs fell silent. Some of them were actually tempted, especially the demons guarding the 10,000 demon royal court. Among the rank 9 unique fruits, the only one Fang Ping had seen was the rose flower. It was extremely rare, but it wasn't that there weren't any. There were many rank 9 monster plants in the 2 demon royal courts. Some of the demons were rank 9 monster plants themselves, and they could even produce rank 9 monster plants on their own. Now they were severely exhausted, and their reserves were almost depleted. If this went on, they might follow in the footsteps of the others. Everyone knew clearly in their hearts whether saving their lives or treasures were more important. Soon, a demon's mentality fluctuated. Fang Ping, 100 yuan of imperishable substance is too little. Do you know how much a demon general consumes to produce a unique fruit? Not only does it require a large amount of fountain of life, but it also consumes lifespan. Your strength will also decline. Fang Ping said impatiently, It's none of my business. It's your business how much you consume. If you keep talking nonsense, 50 yuan. If you can't do it, then fight me. Don't worry, I'll give you some for free if you win. How's that? No one uttered a word. There were so many of them when they came, but none of them took advantage of Fang Ping's side, much less now. The combat strength ratio of 2 to 1 seemed to be stronger, but these catacombs powerhouses were not that confident. On Fang Ping's side, there were many powerhouses on the ranking list. Kong Lingyuan in 3rd place, Su Yunfei in 5th place, Jiang Kuei, who was previously 11th, and Li Changsheng, who broke through to 12th place. Yu Wuhua in 14th place, Li Wuji in 21st place, and Fang Ping, who had the combat strength of the top 10. There were still 6 powerhouses in the top 30 on Fang Ping's side. On the catacomb side, Other than Qi Huanyu, there was only a big demon from the 1,000-demon royal court who was ranked 26th. Under such circumstances, could they really gain the upper hand? After a moment of silence, someone spoke again. "I'll trade." As soon as this was said, many people looked at the powerhouse who spoke from the catacomb side. This person was from the Sky Plant Royal Court. Fang Ping did not know him, but looking at the symbol on his body, Fang Ping smiled and said, "Someone from the Apricot King? I heard that there's an apricot tree in the Apricot King region that has made an agreement with the Apricot King since rank 7. Is this the fruit of that tree?" "No," the person said in a low voice. "This is something I obtained in the outer region. It's also the only fruit that a demon general produced at the last moment of its life. What's its use?" The effects of the fruits of different demon plants were different. Fang Ping really needed this now. There were a few people he had not saved. Nan Yunping, Wang Qinghai, and Zheng Tao had been asleep for a long time, after saving Kong Lingyuan and Tianmu. Those treasures in Sino Nation had been used up. Previously, Fang Ping had obtained a cat fruit. Now he needed at least 2 more fruits that were useful to the origin. Moreover, who knew if old Kong would go into hibernation again? It was not just him. It was possible for others. The more of these things, the better. There were only 2 kinds of fruits that Fang Ping valued the most. One had a mentality recovery effect, and the other had an origin recovery effect. As for some fruits that could increase the strength of the body or the strength of mentality, he did not have much need for them now. According to what your land of rebirth said, a mentality of around 6,000 hertz can be increased to at least 500 hertz and above. This person said hurriedly, a normal god general's indestructible god is also within this range. A normal peak rank 8 martial artist with a golden body 6th refinement would indeed have a mentality of around 5 or 6,000 hertz. At rank 9 the origin could not go far, and that was about it. Unless one reached the level of Kong Lingyuan and the rest, where their mentality was around 9,000 hertz. This thing was indeed a treasure. If a rank 8 6th refinement martial artist ate this thing, there was hope for their mentality to increase and achieve golden body 7th refinement. There were not many who could achieve golden body 7th refinement. However, Fang Ping frowned and said, "This thing is ordinary. What I need is the only fruit of recovery. 50 yuan I'll trade. If you don't want to trade, then forget it. I'll remember you. When I go back and pick up your corpse, maybe I can take it for free." The person opposite him was livid. He had no words to refute what he said. Pick up his corpse? Fang Ping actually only used 50 yuan of imperishable substance to trade for a rank 9 monster plants, only fruit. It was appalling that Fang Ping had taken advantage of the situation to this extent. However, both sides were enemies, and their hatred was as deep as the sea. Thinking about it, there was nothing much to say. Fang Ping was blatantly robbing them. It was up to him whether to trade or not. This person's injuries were not light, and he had expended a lot of energy. If this went on, he might really be unable to fight anymore after a few more battles. Just as he was about to speak, Qi Huanyu said, "Fang Ping, it's impossible to take it for free. Even if we really die here, we won't let you have it. It's still possible to destroy some before we die." "If you want to trade, then," Fang Ping said impatiently, "fine, I won't trade. When you die, I'll go pick up your corpses one by one. If it doesn't work, I'll go to the restricted area a few more times. I'm just too lazy to make another trip. Do you really think that your things are so precious?" The catacombs people's hearts were in turmoil. This guy made it sound so simple. If it didn't work, he would go to the restricted area. Did his family own the restricted area? Very soon, everyone felt inexplicably sad, especially the people from Sky Plant's royal court. They really knew what Fang Ping had gone through. Last time, this guy ran to the imperial city and turned the place upside down. In the end, he returned to the land of rebirth safe and sound. The person who wanted to trade no longer hesitated this time. He said, "All right, 50 yuan it is then. You send the things over first." He was worried about Fang Ping. Fang Ping was too difficult to trust. Fang Ping sneered, "You've never seen the world." Having said that, he tossed over a small ball of imperishable substance. Many people were ready to make a move. Fang Ping said playfully, "Use it yourself. Use it now, in case you get killed later. You're not the only one who's exhausted," including Qi Huanyu. He might want to get some imperishable substance to store up now. Be careful not to let others take advantage of it. As soon as he said that, the crowd became restless again. Qi Huanyu let out a cold humph. He looked at Fang Ping coldly, but he did not stop the trade. No matter what, letting some people recover from their injuries and recover their combat strength would strengthen their side. At this time, anyone's strength was beneficial to them. As for killing Fang Ping, they might not be able to do it. Moreover, they were fighting with Fang Ping now. Who knew if the mastermind would come out to take advantage of them? As for Fang Ping, these fruits were not of much use to him now. If they were really treasures to recover strength, they would have been used long ago. The treasures in everyone's hands now were generally used to increase potential or heal some destructive injuries. These things were precious, but they were not as useful as imperishable substances in this place. "After I kill him, I can get all these things back," Qi Huanyu said in his heart. Fang Ping had a lot of good stuff. Even a regular true king might not be as rich as this guy. On the other side, Fang Ping was secretly complaining about how poor he was. He really did not have many good stuff now, other than looting the battlefield earlier. Other than the cat fruit that Li Zhu had given him before he came in, he did not have any other treasures. The god-slaying saber was taken away. Other than the origin armor, Fang Ping did not have any treasures worth mentioning. The rank 9 combat boots were broken. The rank 8 divine armor was no longer useful to Fang Ping, so he gave it away. At this time, Fang Ping was almost at the same level as Old Zhang. Fang Ping was still thinking about it when Kong Lingyuan said, "Be careful. We can't let them recover. Otherwise, if they attack us now, we'll all be in danger." "I know. I don't want much, just 8 or 10. I won't trade even if a powerhouse like Qi Huanyu wants it." Fang Ping was not really stupid. The others were fine, but Qi Huanyu and the others. In fact, these guys all had storage rings and brought a lot of stuff with them. Judging from their appearance, they did not seem to have used up as much as the others, so they might not need this. Despite Fang Ping's words, Jiang Kuei and the others were still slightly dissatisfied. To them, Fang Ping was really crazy to support the enemy at this time. No matter how many good things there were, you had to be alive to take them back. The catacombs were not stupid. If they traded with you now and you said 50 yuan, then it was 50 yuan. That was because they understood that healing was more important than treasures at this time. Fang Ping was a smart person. Why could he not see through it? Fang Ping did not say much. On one hand, he really needed these treasures. On the other hand, he still wanted to earn money. How many wealth points did 50 yuan of imperishable substance cost? Only 500,000 points. 100 yuan was only 1 million points. However, the first fruit that he traded for brought him more than 50 million wealth points. In other words, this thing was worth more than 500 billion, and this was not the best. Next, Fang Ping continued to trade with others. However, the fruit that the other party gave was not too good. There was a fruit that could restore mentality, but a fruit that could restore the origin. After a long time, he only got one. In the end, Fang Ping paid 1,200 yuan of imperishable substance in exchange for 9 fruits. These guys were the overlords of the catacombs. Some were even monster plants. The rank 9 fruits were of limited help to the true kings. They, on the other hand, urgently needed them. Therefore, the probability of these treasures ending up in their hands was higher than with the true kings. Fang Ping spent 12 million wealth points on 9 fruits. On the other hand, The gains were 9 energy fruits that were worth cities and close to 500 million wealth points. At this moment, Fong Ping's wealth points, which had almost dropped below 2 billion, had recovered to more than 5 billion points. Reselling armaments on the battlefield is really profitable. Fong Ping chuckled, not trying to hide it. On the other side, Qi Huanyu did not speak. When there were no more exchanges, he said coldly, Fong Ping, now that these monsters have appeared in this place, both of us will eventually go to the location of the Demon Emperor's relics. It's better to work together than to act alone. Fong Ping chuckled. I'm afraid that you guys will trick me. I won't do this. You! Qi Huanyu cursed in his heart. This guy was so stubborn. It was really annoying. Humph! Let's go. Qi Huanyu did not say much. He led his men and left quickly. Fong Ping was about to lead his men to catch up when Qi Huanyu and the others sped up and disappeared in the blink of an eye. He did not give Fong Ping a chance to catch up. If you want to go, go on your own. If you want to take advantage of them, dream on. Fong Ping did not care. He looked at the others and smiled. Then we'll grind them slowly. It's good. Don't rush, everyone. It's not that easy to get the items. The appearance of these source demons is not right. I think they'll be in trouble if they go early. Those who need to heal, heal. Those who need to recover, heal. I, Fong Ping, have nothing but some imperishable substance. Fong Ping looked at Wu Hua and the others, smiling faintly. At least we're fighting side by side this time. I, Fong Ping, am not the kind of person who cares about small profits. Naturally, I'll buy the imperishable substance from the catacombs. You guys, I'll give you some. As he spoke, Fong Ping condensed quite a lot of imperishable substance. Overseas immortal islands, Weiyu Mountain, and the other forces received some. At least 100 yuan per person. With that, these people were satisfied. They no longer bothered about the deal between Fong Ping and the other party. Fong Ping did not care about them anymore. He sent a voice transmission to Kong Lingyuan and the others. Maintain your peak combat strength. After eating the birch fruit, your mentality is growing. If you use the imperishable substance to hone your body, it'll be good if you can increase your vitality by 1 calorie. The imperishable substance is enough. 5 billion wealth points, 250,000 yuan. It was definitely enough. Fong Ping passed one of the fruits he had just received to Kong Lingyuan. Kong Lingyuan was a little dazed. He looked at Fong Ping without saying a word. Take it, Elder Kong. When the battle starts later, if there's a situation where the origin is overflowing, consume it immediately. Kong Lingyuan almost cursed out loud. This son of a B*TCH, I have even been seriously injured and he's already thinking about my origin overflowing. Cursing aside, Kong Lingyuan still kept it. It was better to be prepared. This was not bad either. Everyone said no more and began to move forward. The battle was still going on. Large numbers of origin demons continued to appear, continuing to block the way. At the same time, the central altar area, the 4 statues were revived again. We're almost there. Compared to the stuttering at the beginning, the statues were speaking much more fluently now. In the south, an extremely skinny statue did not move. Instead, a voice was heard. Is there a God's messenger inside? We haven't been contacted. In the north, a statue's voice was heard too. The God's messenger might be inside. The divine sect will not give up on the gate of all beings. We should also return. They had been guarding this place for more than 2,000 years. For more than 2,000 years, they didn't dare to be careless, fearing that the gate of all beings would be taken away. Now, the final moment had finally arrived. The gate of all beings has been condensed. I can already feel the vastness of the great path. A statue spoke again with great emotion. 4 true God-level experts. They had stayed in this dark place for more than 2,000 years without any energy to cultivate. Some of the treasures they had brought with them had long been used up. These years, if they hadn't sealed themselves, they might not have been able to maintain their golden body. Now, it was time to reap the harvest. This time, they would return to the divine sect with the gate of all beings. They would be rewarded for guarding this place for more than 2,000 years. Maybe they could even covet the emperor level. There's still some origin in this place, so it can condense the origin demons. Can the master of this place really be revived? Someone whispered again. The next moment, a statue said slowly, "Too many experts have died here. Even if they are revived, they might not be the original people. These years, we haven't found the core of the origin of this place. After returning to the divine sect, we can let the venerable sovereigns come here to explore and find the core. Maybe we can control this place and revive a top expert for the divine sect." The two masters of the monster palace are outside. Everyone be careful. These two people used to cooperate with the divine sect. I'm afraid they have changed their minds. These years, they have also sent people in. After leaving, don't fight with them. Wait for the order of the divine emissary. The divine emissary must have brought the order of the divine sect. That's right. The statues communicated for a while again, and soon fell into silence. More than 2,000 years had passed, and they were about to run out of energy. Now, they could only reduce their energy consumption as much as possible. When they left this place, they could quickly recover. Maybe after more than 2,000 years of hard cultivation, they could go further. At this moment, the statues all thought of the bead behind them at the same time. Sealed in the bead was the gate of all beings, the gate of the great path. These years, they had felt the real aura of the great path, which was also of vital help for them. Unfortunately, the gate of all beings couldn't be opened. Otherwise, they might have a glimpse of the Emperor's path. Chapter 974. Kill. Fang Ping's throat was a little hoarse. It had been almost 3 hours since he parted ways with Qi Huanyu and the rest. The space battlefield seemed to be endless, with no end in sight. More and more origin demons appeared, but Fang Ping also noticed that they were getting weaker and weaker. Looks like you guys don't have the ability to continue creating. Fang Ping smashed a rank 7 demon into smithereens with a single punch and sneered. From a peak rank 8 demon to a rank 7 now, it was about to drop to rank 7. Obviously, the number of origin demons here was not infinite. Kong Lingyuan said tiredly, "Fang Ping, who is controlling these origin demons?" Fang Ping was speechless. "You're asking me? How would I know?" Beside him, Yu Wuhua panted slightly. If not for the owner of this space battlefield reviving to defend against external enemies, either that or some of the survivors from back then didn't leave and found a way to control these origin demons. No matter which one it is, everyone is in danger, Yu Wuhua said in a low voice. The owner of this place reviving to be able to create such a space battlefield. I'm afraid it was at the level of the 36 saints back then. Even if it's just a little bit, we won't be enough to kill them. And if there are people left here, Yu Wuhua took a deep breath and said, those who could enter this place back then were at least true god powerhouses. As soon as he said that, everyone looked solemn. Jiang Kuei, who participated in this battle, said slowly, in that battle back then, everyone left at the last moment. It was the last batch of people who came to clean up. If there are people left, they are either their people or the second Wang's people. No matter which side, they are our opponents. True God, everyone fell silent. There was a huge gap between them and a true God powerhouse. They were not their opponents. At this time, Li Wuqi's mentality fluctuated. It's been more than 2,000 years since they left. Whether it is the second Wang's people or the remaining people, they probably haven't left. Otherwise, if a true God leaves, I'm afraid it will cause Chaos Origin to riot. In these 2,000 years, if it is the second Wang's people who are still in some danger, their heavenly court army might send some supplies in. If it is the people from that organization, then there might not be anyone who will send supplies in. Everyone looked at this big water buffalo. His face was filled with surprise. Li Wuchi could analyze the problem. The big water buffalo's bull nose panted. Why are you all looking at me like that? Is it that difficult to analyze? Does a cow have no intelligence? Fang Ping watched Li Wuji for a while but did not say anything. After killing this batch of demons, he said after a moment of silence, "We need to worry about the people behind this. We also need to be careful of Qi Huanyu and the rest. I'm just afraid that these two sides will join forces in the end. That would be even more troublesome." Fang Ping was silent for a while. He took a deep breath and said, After a pause, Fang Ping asked again, "Can I step onto the origin path here?" He did not know if he could walk out of the origin path in the space battlefield. Would this place be isolated from the great Tao? After all, this was someone else's source space. If it was possible, perhaps he should walk on the origin path. After a moment of silence, Jiang Kuei reminded, "You probably haven't reached the peak of the 9th refinement yet. Although you can continue to temper your body at reciprocity, it'll be extremely slow. It's better for you to give up now that you've reached the 9th layer." Fang Ping smiled. "Almost. I'm only worried about two things now. First, I can't leave. Second, you can't go far." Fang Ping sighed. "My understanding of martial arts isn't too deep. Although I have some understanding of the origin path, compared to some of the older martial artists, I'm still far behind. After all, I'm only 21 years old. I've only practiced martial arts for 3 years. Everyone felt a headache coming on. Was there a need to act like this now?" This was also the first time Yu Wuhua and the others had come into contact with Fang Ping. When they heard him say this, they felt extremely awkward. "I know you're awesome, but there's no need to keep saying it." Yu Wuhua interrupted him directly. "I've heard that the Devil Emperor achieved Origin Level 6 in a day when he was double 8th layer. In your words, that's walking more than 500 meters of the main path. Of course, your knowledge isn't as good as the Devil Emperor's and your experience isn't as good as his, but you're still a double 9th layer. Walking on the Origin path actually has a lot to do with the strength of your physique and the strength of your spiritual consciousness. If you leave now, even if you're not stronger than the Devil Emperor, you won't be too far off." Fang Ping rubbed his chin. "In that case, I can walk on the origin path here." "It should be possible." Jiang Kuei explained, "Since we can use the origin, it means that we can enter the origin world. Walking on the origin path should be possible." Fang Ping. Kong Lingyuan frowned slightly. "It wasn't easy for you to walk to double 9th layer. Your physique hasn't reached its peak yet, and your mentality can still continue to improve. Walking on the origin path now might not be worth it." Fang Ping smiled. "It's nothing. Now that I've reached this realm, I can continue to hone my physique. I'm mainly worried that if I walk on the origin path, the improvement in strength won't be as much as I thought, so it's not necessary. But if I can really walk 500 meters, the 0.5 times increase." Fang Ping broke into a grin. Now his vitality was almost 190,000 calories. 9-grade transformation, an increase of 220,000 calories. Walking 500 meters, an increase of 25,000 calories. More than 230,000 calories of vitality. A 0.5 times increase, more than 300,000 calories of vitality. In addition to the fact that his vitality was twice as strong as others. With this calculation, his vitality strength was more than 600,000 calories. Even if his control had dropped slightly with the new promotion, reaching only 60%, a casual outburst was still stronger than Qi Huanyu's all-out desperate move. If there are true gods here, after so many years of consumption, without replenishment, they might not be as strong as Qi Huanyu. Fang Ping looked around. Everyone present could still continue fighting to the death. However, at the end of the battle, how many could survive? Enchanted Island beyond the sea, Outland, bounded boundaries, they had some casualties, but Fong Ping was not as sad as he imagined. In reality, everyone was just using each other. They were comrades now, but they might not be in the future. However, Kong Lingyuan and the others were the true source of humanity's confidence. Now that the casualties were so severe, even if old Zhang and the others took away absolute peak, how could humanity have the strength to fight back? No matter how strong he was alone, could he really block all the enemies? We can't let more people die. My vitality is almost at 190,000 calories. Didn't old man Li walk on the origin path without hesitation? Everyone has sacrificed enough. I'm just advancing, not dropping a realm. Before coming in, Fong Ping did not choose to advance. That was because his advancement speed was very fast, and the upper limit of his vitality was not too high. Now, however, he was very strong. It's time to walk on the origin path. There's nothing perfect in this world. Maybe it's better to leave some regrets. Moreover, it's not like I don't have a chance to remedy it. I've reached rank 9. Even if the origin path rejects me, I can still continue to hone my body. Old Zhang could hone his physique from 7 refinement to peak rank 8 at rank 9. Then I can also hone to peak 9 refinement. It was not too far from peak. Fong Ping looked around and thought for a while. A compass appeared in his hand. After looking at it for a while, there was no trace of Qi Huanyu and the others on it. There was also no trace of his group. After entering the space battlefield, there was no trace of them, but there was still a red dot on it. One of the red dots was huge, and there were dozens of people following it. Fong Ping glanced at it and made a judgment in his heart. This could be a group of people from Mount Wanggu. They seemed to have come in again. Not only them, there are powerhouses hiding in Second Palace. Even if we get the treasures, the moment we go out is extremely dangerous. If old Zhang and the others can't rescue us in time, we will definitely die. I can't always pin my hopes on them. Thoughts flashed quickly in Fong Ping's mind. It's time for me to walk my own path. Fong Ping was silent, standing on the spot. At this moment, the others were also silent, walking the origin path. Everyone had experienced it before. However, when Fong Ping walked the origin path, everyone had an indescribable feeling. Jiang Kuei and the others had mixed feelings. That was because Fong Ping had become stronger. This time, the treasures might really be taken away by Fong Ping. Kong Lingyuan and the others had mixed feelings. That was because they felt that Fong Ping had not reached peak yet. He had the chance to reach peak. Even if there was a small difference, they felt that it was not perfect, because Fong Ping was their hope. If Fong Ping could not make up for the small difference in rank 9, what would they do? A difference of more than 10,000 calories of vitality. The few of them actually had some ideas. Li Changxing said that the limit of the 9th refinement was probably 200,000 calories of vitality. Fong Ping should not have reached this stage. More than 10,000 calories of vitality was not a small difference. The qualitative change of the 9th refinement's vitality over and over again would be 30,000 calories. At rank 9, the higher the vitality, the greater the increase in the moment of advancement. There might also be a difference of thousands or even tens of thousands of cal. In addition, the increase of the origin path was also related to the basic vitality. The Fong Ping who had advanced now might end up with a few tens of thousands of cal, less than the Fong Ping who had achieved full advancement. Fong Ping had hope, a very, very big hope. After going out this time, he might be able to achieve it in a month or so. People like us, the older we get, the more useless we become. Kong Lingyuan and the others had this thought in their minds. Now that there was danger, these young people had to bear it. They felt that their usefulness was getting smaller and smaller. 3rd place on the wind cloud list. So what? This time, if it was not for Fong Ping's efforts to turn the tide, if it was not for Li Hansong and the others' timely help, they would have been long dead. At this moment, Kong Lingyuan's aura changed slightly. Beside him, Some of the people's gazes changed as they looked at him. Kong Lingyuan did not say anything. Seeing that Fang Ping was also looking at him, he smiled and said, "It's nothing. I just walked a few tens of meters." He said it simply, but the others' expressions changed. Kong Lingyuan had already walked more than 900 meters. Now he walked another few tens of meters. What did he mean? Fang Ping was also surprised. Limit. More or less. Kong Lingyuan smiled, but there was some bitterness in it. Limit of rank 9. So what? The improvement was really limited. Previously, after all kinds of enhancements, he was close to the limit of 370,000 calories. Now, at most, it was 380,000 calories. His ability improvement was limited. He did not care, but the others were shocked. Jiang Kuei was about to curse in his heart. Was it so easy to walk the origin in the human world now? How long could he live? His Tao of origin was currently more than 900 meters. In fact, it was not the limit yet. Not everyone could walk out of the limit. After 900 meters, some people might enter the peak directly. Whether they could walk to the limit or not, it still had a big impact. After entering the peak, there would be another qualitative change. Under normal circumstances, the basic vitality would increase by 50,000 calories. However, if one's foundation was deep, then it would not be 50,000 calories. For example, if Qi Huanyu advanced, it might not be 50,000 calories, but 60,000 calories. As for Zhao Xingwu, no one knew how much he had improved when he advanced. At that time, he did not actually transform. However, after leaving the battlefield, Zhao Xingwu dared to slash at Heavenly Emperor Pingyu. This was enough to prove that he was powerful. Kong Lingyuan did not care, but Fang Ping laughed. Then he looked at the Sino Nation people and said, "I want to cultivate in seclusion here now. Within 3 hours, I will try my best to come out of seclusion. If I can't, then I will give up. Seniors, please protect me." Having said that, Fang Ping said in a low voice, "Other than Sino Nation martial artists, the others are not to come within 100 meters of me. I will say this first. If you come near, Fang Ping might attack." As soon as he said that, everyone's expression changed slightly. Soon, Yu Wuhua chuckled and said, "Of course. However, Minister Fang, please be quick. Otherwise, if Qi Huanyu and the others get the treasures, then all our previous efforts will be in vain." Fang Ping nodded and said, "Qi Huanyu and the others will not rashly clash with the other party until I arrive. If I don't go, the probability of them attacking is not high. They can still wait for 3 hours. Then, I wish Minister Fang's origin 1,000 miles a day." Yu Wuhua gave his blessing, smiled, and left the place with some people from the overseas immortal islands. Seeing that, Jiang Kuei frowned slightly. He did not say anything and left with Wei Yishin and the other people from Grandmaster. At this moment, the remaining human powerhouses were from the 6 sacred lands. Kong Lingyuan glanced at everyone and said slowly, "Mi, Deyong, Haiping, Fangyu will guard the inner circle. You guys keep an eye on them outside." Although everyone was on the same boat now, it did not mean that they wanted to see Fang Ping advance. The advancement of origin could be said to be very safe, but it was also very dangerous. If it is disturbed by someone and chaos is created at the critical moment, it will be a big problem. Everyone, please do your best. I will not let you down. Everyone responded one after another. The group looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. The powerhouses from the 6 sacred lands spread out in all directions, extending the front line to 1,000 meters away. 100 meters away, Kong Lingyuan and a few other powerhouses, each of them guarding a corner, looked extremely solemn. In the middle, Fang Ping looked at the powerhouses around him and suddenly laughed. Then I, Fang Ping, cannot let everyone down. Since unquestionable Jian can walk 500 meters in a day, I should be a little more than him no matter what, right? Having said that, Fang Ping sat cross-legged and began to prepare for stepping into origin. It had been some time since he entered rank 8. When the evil sect attacked last year, Fong Ping still remembered that it was around October when he entered rank 8. Until now, it had not even been half a year. However, in this half a year he had experienced too many things. Eliminating the evil sect, entering the restricted area, destroying the Magic City catacombs, attacking the Outland, suppressing everywhere, becoming the Heavenly Division's minister, entering the Emperor's tomb. In total, it had only been 5 months. However, in these 5 months, he had experienced too much. In these 5 months, many people had died. Back then, I said rank for in a year, rank 12 in 3 years, Fong Ping murmured and laughed. Rank 12? There really was. According to the current classification, Paragon was no longer rank 9. The Feng Yun list divided powerhouses into rank 12. Rank 10 Paragon, rank 11 Emperor, rank 12 was Emperor. In April, it had been exactly 3 years since his rebirth. I can't hope for rank 12. Rank 9 in 3 years is enough. Fong Ping laughed. Then he would step into Origin today. Fong Ping sat cross-legged and checked the data again. Wealth 2. 5 billion points vitality. 185,800 calories. 185,800 calories. Mentality 10,005 hertz. 10,005 hertz. Separable consciousness. Destructive force 78 yuan. 78 yuan. Storage space 10,000 cubic meters plus. Energy shield 1 point/minute plus aura simulation 10 point/minute plus origin detailed analysis 10-100 million points/time. I'll hone my body with all my might for an hour. I don't have to care about the imperishable substance. I'll increase as much as I can. If I increase my vitality by 1 calorie now, I'll have a few more cal in the future. Fong Ping made up his mind. Stepping into Origin was just a matter of time. He reserved 3 hours for himself. He wanted to try his best to increase it. Fong Ping's body was covered by countless imperishable substances in the blink of an eye. His entire body turned golden. Only Fong Ping would do something so extravagant and wasteful just to increase his upper limit a little. The imperishable substance was consumed continuously. 10 yuan, 20 yuan, 100 yuan. The overflowing imperishable substance even filled Fong Ping's surroundings with a large amount of golden color. It was too rich. Fong Ping did not care about the consumption at all. Not far away, Kong Lingyuan laughed and shook his head slightly. This guy was the only one. If it were someone else, he would have gone up and beaten them up. The imperishable substance should not be wasted like this, especially at this time when everyone needed it. They were in short supply. Would they not flip out when they saw someone wasting it like this? However, Fong Ping did this. No matter whether the things were Fong Ping's or not, no one had any objections. It was necessary for Fong Ping to become stronger. Forget about his own, even if it was Sino Nation's reserve resources. It was also worth using it. This was because Fong Ping had brought too many miracles to everyone. In the past 2 years, if it were not for Fong Ping, who knew how many people would have died in Sino Nation, and they would not have become so powerful now. With Fong Ping, Tiannan, Purple Forbidden City, and Magic City, the 3 major catacombs, Sino Nation had achieved decisive victories. With Fong Ping, Nan Yunyue, Zhang Weiyu, Qin Yaozu, and the rest could enter the top. With Fong Ping, there were today's longevity sword, ranked 4th on the leaderboard. Wu Quishan, ranked 31st. Tianmu, ranked 197th. He had changed too many things. Although he was very reckless and often caused trouble for powerhouses, Kong Lingyuan understood that without Fong Ping, it might be more troublesome. The Great War was not far away. If humans continued to be like before, fighting on a small scale, then when that day came, they could only wait for death. The neo-martial arts era had been established less than 100 years ago. When it was first started, Shen and Chun were mainly still defending. When it came to Zhang Tao's generation, they began to attack and counterattack, obtaining some resources to feed back to humans. When it came to Fang Ping's generation, Fang Ping officially pulled the curtains and began a full-scale counterattack. Moreover, he had a winning streak. It was because of this continuous victory that the spirits of humans were lifted. Only then would the 6 holy lands have a unified opinion. There was no other reason. They saw Sino-nation's victory. The 6 holy lands were not won in the past. Although Zhang Tao was strong, he did not show it too obviously. Zhang Tao initially wanted to lie low and fight for a chance for humans at the last moment. After seeing Fang Ping's performance and the opportunities he created, they became invincible martial kings now. It was also because of the continuous victory that the 6 holy lands saw Sino-nation's desire to improve, hence the current alliance. Fang Ping, who was only rank 8, had already changed a lot of things. Thinking of these, Kong Lingyuan sighed again and said in a low voice, "I'm old." Beside him, Li Daong chuckled and said, "Yes, I'm old. It's the era of the young." When these words were heard by some people in the distance, they did not feel good. Jiang Kuei, Yu Wuhua, and the rest were so confused that they did not know what to say. Old? Did this group of neo-martial artists really know what old was? However, at this moment, everyone felt a little emotional. Every second counted. This was neo-martial arts. If it was someone else, would they have advanced at this time? No way. Gu Qing was a role model. In order to achieve a perfect state, he had been waiting. After waiting for so many years, he did not advance to true God, all because he wanted to advance in the most perfect state. But in the end, it still came to a regretful end. As they were lamenting, Fang Ping was constantly honing his body. His physique strength was also increasing rapidly under the consumption, regardless of the cost. 186,000 cal, 187,000 cal. It stopped when it reached 190,000 cal. 10,000 cal was a small hurdle. If Fang Ping was given some time, he could quickly grind through it. But now, Fang Ping did not have the time. His vitality had reached 190,000 cal. In order to increase the limit of a few thousand cal, Fang Ping had used up a total of 300 million wealth points. He had 2 billion wealth points left. As for Fang Ping, he did not get up. He did not open his eyes. A scene of the dark space appeared in his mind. Last time, this space was tempting him to enter. Last time he rejected it. This time he was not going to reject it. Today I will enter origin. After seeing so many origin Daos, my origin should be determined. There were thousands of Daos. Which one should he take? He knew about old Zhang's path of convergence, Song Mao's lazy path, Li Zhen's swordsmanship or massacre path, and Chen Yaozu and the rest's iron blood path of not returning until the enemy was defeated in the end. Fang Ping discovered that all these paths had something in common. Believe in it. Walk on with determination. In this world, what kind of belief could make you hold on to it for the rest of your life? Sometimes, Fang Ping thought, when humanity achieved a great victory and defeated all the strong enemies, would old Zhang still be as strong as he was now? Would he still hold on to his belief and continue to lead humanity down? Maybe he would also be lost. Once the origin path was lost, it would definitely be hindered, unable to continue forward. I'm just a small fry. I don't have old Zhang's great love, old Wu's pain of losing his daughter, and I definitely don't have senior Tian's generation's stubborn belief to avenge their compatriots, to avenge their comrades, to fight for humanity's rise. I'm a selfish person. I don't know if I'll be lost in the future, if I'll continue to fight for humanity. I don't know if I'll be able to continue like this the moment the darkness arrives. I don't know if I'll still be able to shoulder such a heavy responsibility when old Zhang and the rest really die in battle. I don't know either. The only thing I know is that I want to protect my home, I want to protect my family, I want my family and I to be able to live together, even if it's just an ordinary life. At this moment, countless thoughts surfaced in his mind. Fang Ping laughed at himself. I'm just a small fry. I'm just a small fry. I'm just a selfish guy. Even if I pretend to be a leader. But I don't love this world. I don't love this world. I don't love this world. I only love my home, my family, my friends, and my teachers. If Teacher Huang Jing did not die in battle that day, would I have initiated the Battle of Magic City? No. If old Zhang and the rest did not pour their hearts out today, would I have brought people here to fight to the death? No. Because they are good to me, I will be good to them. This is me, Feng Ping. I can't be like Tianmu. His entire family died in battle and still remained calm, leading the military department powerhouses to continue suppressing everywhere, obeying military orders and attacking wherever I point. Perhaps the only ones who can make me persevere for the rest of my life are my parents who raised me, my younger sister who grew up with me, and those who love me. If there comes a day when I can't even persevere for these, then let the origin collapse. A smile appeared on Feng Ping's face. If there comes a day when even these people can't make me persevere, what's the point of practicing martial arts? If you don't even care about the people closest to you, who else can you care about? His origin was flawed. Feng Ping knew. This was the flaw. When he gave up on his family and all these, he became aloof and indifferent to everything. He would no longer be the Feng Ping of today. Rumble. In his mind, a sudden clap of thunder sounded. In the void, Feng Ping's silhouette took a step forward and walked toward the darkness. Rumble. In the darkness, a small island that could only accommodate one person appeared. Feng Ping stepped onto the small island. Origin. Rumble. The rumble sounded again. At this moment, the entire space battlefield seemed to tremble slightly. In the origin world, he stepped into the origin. Resonance. In the depths of the space battlefield, in the infinite darkness, there seemed to be a flash of light. It disappeared in a flash. In the darkness, Feng Ping continued walking forward. As he walked, he left black floating reefs along the way. The further he walked, the bigger the island in the darkness. Bigger. It's so small. Is it suitable for people to stand on? In the darkness, Feng Ping roared at the sky. With a rumble, the small island grew a little bigger. In the origin space, where the will was, there was nothing it could not do. Walk the path of the sword. There is nothing the path of the sword cannot break. Walk the path of the saber. Wherever the long saber points, there is nothing to stop it. Walk the path of all things. Everything is for me to use. All paths return to one. The path of return to one. There is nothing it cannot do. A voice full of temptation sounded in Feng Ping's mind. Temptation! This was something all martial artists would face at this time. If your will was not strong enough, you might be bewitched and eventually walk on that uncertain path. In the dark void, Feng Ping looked around and seemed to see people talking to him from all directions. Feng Ping laughed and said slowly, "Is there such a path where one can achieve emperor in a second? If there is, I'll leave. If there isn't, get lost." A thunderous roar exploded in the dark void. Feng Ping looked down on him. "My path, I'll walk it. What you say doesn't matter." Rumble. The void exploded again. There was light in front. Chapter 975. Rumble. At this moment, it was not just Feng Ping's origin space that was shaking. The entire space battlefield was shaking. Qi Huanyu looked at the shaking space. At first, he was at a loss. Then, as if remembering something, he frowned. What's happening? This is the space battlefield shaking? What would cause the space battlefield to shake? He did not know. However, he had a vague feeling that something bad was about to happen. At this moment, somewhere not far away from him, where the altar was, the gray matter on the outer layer of the 4 statues shattered. What's happening? Why is the space battlefield shaking? Is the owner of this place awakening? No. At this moment, the gray matter on one of the statue's cheeks shattered completely. In its eyes, 2 beams of light pierced through the void. The light was dazzling. Someone is walking on the origin path. Damn it. It seems to be resonating with the source world. This is bad. If this goes on, the other party might be able to awaken the owner of this place. Why is it resonating? Could it be that the other party's origin path is similar to the owner of this place? Perhaps the essence das of both sides are similar, and some parts of them are overlapping. These powerhouses knew something about the source world. It was possible for the origin das of experts to coincide, a part of it, but not all of it. Some of the powerhouse's disciples might be walking on the origin path inherited by the powerhouses. However, as long as there was a slight deviation or partial overlap, it would not cause the path to be unable to continue. Qi Huanyu's path was overlapping 999 meters, which was why he could not continue. Now, the person who was breaking through might also have some overlap with the owner of this place, which caused the space battlefield to shake. If this went on, the owner of this place might really be awakened. If that happened, some of their plans would be ruined. They were prepared to let an emperor-level powerhouse control the other party. Moreover, it was not that they did not do anything in the space battlefield all these years. They had also found some things that could control the origin demons. Moreover, they were endlessly depleting the origin chi of this place. Once the owner woke up and found out about this, he would also attack them. Faceless, go and kill him. At this moment, the old man whose cheeks had shattered said coldly. The next moment, a statue in the east shattered. A powerhouse about 2 meters tall stood up. He was wearing a mask that seemed to be one with his cheeks, so his facial features could not be seen clearly. I'll be right back, Faceless said indifferently. The old man, whose eyes were shining, said in a deep voice, Be careful. There are quite a few reciprocity experts there. We've been asleep for many years and are no longer the same as before. Faceless let out a faint smile and said, Azure Dragon, are you still worried about me? In the end, Origin Source was just Origin Source. True gods were legends. I've exhausted them for a long time. Even if I haven't reached my peak, killing Origin Realm experts is like slaughtering chickens and dogs. Origin and true divinity were two completely different realms. Ordinary origins had a vitality limit of 100,000 calories and above. Even the weakest true god had 800,000 calories of vitality in origin. This was a qualitative change. After saying that, Faceless added, There are a lot of people over there. Watch the gate of all living things carefully. Wait for the divine emissary to take over with you. I'll be back as soon as possible. With that said, Faceless disappeared from the altar in the blink of an eye. After he left, the other 3 people whispered to each other and soon fell silent. The gate of all living things had been nurtured to its final stage. Now they only needed to wait for the divine emissary to hand it over. They could only leave if the oracle brought the order of the church. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to leave rashly. Rumble. The void was still shaking. The space battlefield was shaking. Fang Ping's origin world was also shaking. In the origin world, Fang Ping continued to move forward, laughing. Bigger. It's so small. How can you let me go? Boom. No matter how big the floating island was. Bigger still. Rumble. The floating island continued to grow. Give me some sunlight. I don't like the dark. In the darkness, a ray of light appeared. Fang Ping had seen Song Mao's origin world. That was a real paradise. Looking at the light source in his origin world that was like a light bulb, Fang Ping was furious and shouted, Brighter! The light became brighter. Fang Ping turned around, looking at the floating island with an area of about 100 square meters behind him, shaking his head slightly. It was too small. Unfortunately, he couldn't expand it anymore. Right now, he could either walk on the origin path or continue to expand the floating island, like Song Mao, walking on the true infinite path. But that would take far too long. He didn't have that time. Now he could only open up his own origin path. Fang Ping looked at the endless dark void outside the floating island and said softly, Even if I'm not as good as Song Mao, The path I open up can't be too bad. My path must be wide. As soon as he said that, Fong Ping punched out and the void exploded. Fong Ping punched out light in the darkness. A pit appeared, separating it from the surrounding darkness. Old Zhang's path is 10,000 meters wide. My path is wider than his. Fong Ping roared, bombarding madly, and the pit kept expanding. Fong Ping did not walk forward, but along the floating island, bombarding on both sides continuously. My path must be wider. Only with a wide path can I go far. For the first time stepping on the origin path, the wider the path, the more solid the foundation. Otherwise, if he missed this opportunity, he could only open it up slowly in the future, which would take up more time. Rumble. The darkness in front was blasted apart bit by bit. 10 meters wide, 20 meters wide, Fong Ping was like a tireless Iron Man, waving both fists, incomparably crazy, bombarding the void continuously. 50 meters, 100 meters. Width, height, he wanted it all. He did not want a narrow and winding path. At the same time, in the void, a few figures appeared. Fong Ping laughed and said, Dad, Gungan, you're here too. Then, let's open the path together. It was not just these few figures. After a while, Old Man Li, Chun Yunqi, Wang Jinyang, one after another, the figures appeared again. Fong Ping rubbed his chin, laughed, and said, So many people? Have I ever thought of protecting so many people? No one answered. Everything here was just some illusion, the manifestation of willpower. One by one, the figures joined the ranks of opening the path. At this moment, these people had no difference in strength. They were all manifested according to Fong Ping's willpower. One by one, they began bombarding the void. 10 people, 20 people, gradually, Fong Ping's expression changed. That's enough. I'm only guarding my little home. That's enough. Don't show your head anymore. F***CK, Big Lion, you're here too. What's the situation? Old Wang, what does your little wife have to do with me? Why did you bring her here? Ironhead, that's enough. What are you people from CCMAU doing here? At this moment, more and more figures appeared in the void. Fong Ping was terrified. F***CK. This was not right. I'm only guarding my little home. Why did you add more people here? And more? That's enough. I didn't think of protecting everyone. Fong Ping was about to break down in grief. Mother ***, what's going on? Aren't you forcing me to follow old Zhang's path? He vaguely remembered that old Zhang's path seemed to be like this. Countless figures lining the path to welcome him. I don't need it. I just want to protect my little home. Why are there so many people here? Fong Ping scolded. That's enough. It's fine that you came alone, but you even brought your family with you. What do you think this place is? Scolding aside, watching these people opening the path together, Fong Ping mumbled, After opening the path, walk on your own. As soon as he said that, Fong Ping looked at the void in despair, crying and yelling, Old Vice-Chancellor, you're already dead. You're here even though you're dead. It's fine that you're here, but what are you doing? Are you holding a school meeting? At this moment, the old Vice-Chancellor who died in the catacombs years ago appeared. Many teachers and students followed behind him. Most of them were people who had died in battle. Fong Ping saw familiar faces. He saw Xie Lei's girlfriend, Zhang Ziwei. He saw the little fatty Guosheng, who had promised to deliver packages for him. He saw Jin Lei, who had participated in the championship with him. He saw Huang Jing, who had died in battle a few days ago. Fong Ping's eyes were red. You're all dead. Is there still a need to protect the dead? You're all dead. Go. Too many people had died in the past few years. He had witnessed the deaths of countless martial artists with his own eyes. MCMAU's graveyard had added hundreds of lone graves. He had sworn that the southern area's graveyard could not hold so many people. After the Sky Gate battle that year, he had said that no more people would die. However, people were still dying these days. His classmates were dead. His teachers were dead. Was he willing to accept this? He was not. What was his little home? Were there really only those 3 people? Fang Ping did not know. He had already been assimilated. Perhaps Zhang Tao was the same as him back then. They had both been forced to this point step by step. Their original thoughts might not have been great. They might have only thought of themselves and their families. Protect the world? They did not have such great ambitions. They did not have such great abilities. However, at this moment, in Fang Ping's source world, there were more and more silhouettes. He even saw Zhang Tao. Old Zhang, you're joining in the fun. Can I protect you? Go, do I have that ability? Fang Ping wanted to cry, but had no tears. How can I protect you? You should protect me first. Why are you joining in the fun as well? The others seemed to be illusory. However, at this moment, the old Zhang that appeared in the void seemed a little different. His gaze seemed to be more human-like. He looked around, at the silhouettes around him, at the darkness, at the path that was being opened up continuously. The silhouette seemed to be smiling, as if giving a thumbs up. It seemed to be saying, "Son of AB asterisk th, you still fell into the trap that I set for you." Fang Ping seemed to have understood it. He seemed to have heard it too. Suddenly he scolded loudly, "Get lost! I've never thought about this at all. Get lost as far as you can, bastard. You deliberately made me some bullsh asterisk T minister. You have bad intentions. I'm not as stupid as you. You want me to walk the path of an emperor. Bullsh asterisk T the path of an emperor. In this world, it's enough to protect myself and my family. Do you really think I'm a saint? I don't have that ability. Take everyone away." Old Zhang's illusory figure ignored him. He seemed to be laughing even more happily. In the next moment, old Zhang's illusory figure dashed into the darkness and began to open up a path. His speed was extremely fast. He seemed to be stronger than the others. Outside the king's battleground, Zhang Tao was slightly shocked. His gaze moved slightly. After a while, he murmured softly, This kid seems to overlap with me a little." Beside him, Li Jin looked at him. Zhang Tao did not speak, but he stood up. Looking at the king's battleground, a smile gradually appeared on his face. His smile grew brighter and brighter. "I have a successor, a true successor. Although he has never learned my antiques or learned any martial arts knowledge from me, this is not important. What's important is that their ideals and paths are the same. Even if he has his own path, there are places where his path overlaps with mine. This is enough. Origin, rank 9. Zhang Tao murmured softly. He had stepped into Origin. 3 years. He had entered Origin in 3 years. Right then, Zhang Tao suddenly threw a punch at Taoist Feng Yin, exploding his illusory figure and 2 stone steels again. King Wu! The illusory figure appeared again, and Taoist Feng Yin screamed. Damn it! Why did I provoke him again? Why did this lunatic explode the stone steels and my projection all of a sudden? The others looked at Zhang Tao as well. However, Zhang Tao did not care about that and laughed. Awesome! Are you unhappy? Everyone fell silent. What is this? Zhang Tao laughed again. I feel great now. I feel so good that I want to fight someone. After thinking about it, damn, Pingyu, you actually dared to kill Zhao Xingwu in front of me. Who gave you face? With that said, Zhang Tao exploded the void with a punch. Crack! The void exploded. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu frowned and walked out of the void. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Tao stepped out in the next second, breaking the void and laughing. Come, let's have a fight to liven things up. With that said, the pointer in Zhang Tao's hand suddenly appeared, turning into a blood saber in a blink of an eye. Nobody interfere. I want to kill him. If you guys interfere, then I'll kill you all. Throwing down these words, Zhang Tao split heaven and earth with a saber. Bastard! Heavenly Emperor Pingyu nearly vomited blood. What is this? He did not provoke this bastard without rhyme or reason. But Zhang Tao actually attacked him. The matter of killing Zhao Xingwu earlier was also long over. He did not continue to attack because he gave Zhang Tao face. Who would have thought that this guy was crazy to this extent? Ha ha ha, old thing, damn it, to dare let your people kill human martial artists courting death! Zhang Tao was incomparably arrogant, laughing crazily. The blood saber in his hand was so huge that it could split the sky. Slash after slash slashed out, splitting the void and splitting heaven and earth. Even the radiant sun could not block this saber light. In all directions, some powerhouses made a move one after another, scattering the aftershock. Lunatic. Crazy. This guy is really crazy. This peaceful battle to the death for no reason. What is he thinking? Everyone was dumbfounded. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu was an ancient, venerable emperor after all. Zhang Tao could go crazy just like that. It had been a while since he killed Zhao Xingwu. As for killing humans, the people of Pingyu Heaven were all dead. Even Gu Qing was killed. Yet you still want to fight him? Was it worth it? At this moment, even Fate King was frowning. This guy seemed to be getting more and more crazy. This time, he brought all the resurrected, true monarchs here. Was he going to fight him to the death? In the distance, Li Zhu looked at Zhang Tao, then at the king's battlefield, frowning slightly. Zhang Tao seemed very excited. He destroyed the stone monument for no reason. Now no one could see anything. What was he hiding? Someone had advanced to true monarch? No, advancing to true monarch, he did not need to do this. Could it be? Li Zhu frowned again. Could it be Fang Ping? Fang Ping had advanced to rank 9? Li Zhu vaguely had some ideas, but he still did not understand. Could Fang Ping advancing to rank 9 turn the whole situation around? At this moment, there were not many people coming out from the king's battlefield. Most of them were from the human side. When the remaining people from Mount Wangwu came out, Fang Ping and the others were still facing a desperate situation. The news of Fang Ping breaking through to 99 had not spread yet. As for how Fang Ping and the others turned the situation around, it was still unknown. And now, Zhang Tao suddenly went crazy. Could it be that Fang Ping breaking through to rank 9 really had the ability to turn the situation around? Li Zhu did not understand and did not think about it anymore. In his heart, however, he had a vague judgment. I'm afraid it's 99 refinements. Advancing to 99 refinements. Maybe it's beyond the limits of the origin realm. Even if an ordinary rank 9 really surpassed the limits and was stronger than Qi Huanyu, there was still a limit. If one person was not a match, what about 10? But Fang Ping. It was hard to say. This guy had many tricks up his sleeves. He was extremely cunning and perhaps even more terrifying. I'm afraid the martial artists who entered this time will be in danger. Li Zhu thought about this again. This time, there were more than 100 powerhouses in Godland. This time, it might be really dangerous. Could it be that they were all wiped out? This thought rose in Li Zhu's heart. Before this, he did not consider this, even if there were a lot of changes previously. While he was thinking about this, in the distance, Heavenly Emperor Pingyu roared angrily and smashed the blood saber with one palm. Right after smashing the blood saber, Zhang Tao laughed maniacally, condensed the blood saber again, and rushed forward in a frenzy. Buzz! The void shattered, and Heavenly Emperor Pingyu's sleeves were also cut instantly. As for Zhang Tao, at this moment, directly shredded his shirt, holding the long saber, roaring wildly to teach him a lesson. Barbaric, crude, tyrannical, human devil. Heavenly Emperor Pingyu did not know how many times he had cursed in his heart. Lunatic, what did this old man do to you? Wasn't Gu Qing killed by Zhao Xingwu? It was all in the past now. This human leader, this generation's emperor, actually wanted to fight him at this time. Heavenly Emperor Ping, you could feel some gloating coming from the void, and he was about to go crazy from being sullen. This idiot, Did he really not care that he and I are being watched like monkeys? Both of us are injured, and in the end, others will benefit. Is this what he wants to see? How did such a person become the human leader? At the same time, in the origin space, Fang Ping was also violently and crazily opening the path. I want it to be 10,000 meters wide. Fang Ping wanted a 10,000 meters wide path. It was too narrow, he would not walk. If it was so narrow, how could he walk long? But this path, the wider it was opened, the harder it was to move forward. The path opened by others was 10 meters wide, so he just had to walk forward along the 10 meters wide path. But Fang Ping insisted on opening a 10,000 meters wide path. There was no other reason. Old Zhang seemed to be like this. I can't be left behind by old Zhang too much. It was fine if it was not as far as him, but it should not be a problem to be as wide as him, right? Rumble. The darkness was opened up. More and more people joined in, helping to open up the path together. Fang Ping could not be bothered anymore. Whatever. Come in if you have the guts. Let's see how many of you can come in. 500 meters wide, 1,000 meters wide, 2,000 meters wide. The next moment, Fang Ping's expression changed. His figure seemed to have become illusory. What was going on? No, this seems to have a limit. I'm almost at my limit. Damn it. I haven't left yet. Fang Ping looked at the path that had just been opened up. It was about 3,000 meters wide. As for the length, 5 meters? How was this a path? This was just a foundation. No, I can't do this. Fang Ping's heart trembled. He roared, "Open up the path! Open up the path! Don't make it too wide! Open up!" At the same time, outside, Kong Lingyuan and the rest had felt the void tremble for a long time. But at this moment, they were all dumbfounded. Where was Fang Ping? Why was he still in closed-door cultivation? Entering the origin path was very fast. Even Li Changsheng, who walked 300 meters in a day, would only take a few minutes. It had been almost 20 minutes since Fang Ping started moving, right? In the end, his Tao illusion had yet to appear. It was not that it did not appear. At this moment, everyone also saw that there seemed to be an illusion in the void. It might be Fang Ping, but under Fang Ping's feet, there did not seem to be any Tao appearing. This was the first time everyone had seen this situation. Under normal circumstances, even if one walked more than 10 meters, there would still be a slight reflection in the outside world. But did Fang Ping move? Kong Lingyuan swallowed and said bitterly, "He can't have just stepped into the origin space and not confirmed his direction, right?" Fang Ping's situation was a little odd. A weak rank 9 meant that he had entered the origin space but did not take a step. However, a weak rank 9 entering this stage would not cause too much of a movement. Fang Ping was a double 9 who advanced. The Demon Emperor walked 500 meters a day. You did not even take a step? Li Daong rubbed his eyes and said, I think he's gone? I think I saw him move a little. Yes, he moved a little. A small step. Maybe his eyes were playing tricks on him. At this moment, someone said in a low voice, "He's moving." Everyone fixed their eyes on him. Indeed, he had moved. Fang Ping was walking in the void. 1 meter, 2 meters. The projection at this moment was actually a reflection of the origin world. There might be a difference, but the difference would not be too big. Everyone was dumbfounded. He was walking too slowly. Initially, they thought that Fang Ping would not be the same as the Demon Emperor, but at least he would not be worse than Li Changsheng. He could walk 300 meters, right? But now, Kong Lingyuan could not be more bitter. It was over. He had advanced for nothing. With this speed, how far could he walk? The key was that in the origin space, there was only hope of staying in the origin space when he first stepped in. The rest of the time he would be unconscious. If he wanted to advance in the future, he would have to walk step by step. This time was very limited. Fang Ping had already exceeded everyone's expectations by staying until now. The key was that if he had stayed until now, he would have to walk a little more. At this moment, they were not the only ones who were dumbfounded. Further away, Jiang Kuei and the rest were watching too. As they watched, they were all dumbfounded. After a while, someone whispered, "Can Fangping walk to the limit of rank 1 origin?" 0 to 99 meters was the rank 1 origin realm. Could Fangping walk 99 meters? Previously, everyone thought that Fangping, who was a double 9, might break the record today and surpass the Demon Emperor. Now, it seemed that he might really break the record. They had never seen anyone walking so slowly on the origin path. Under normal circumstances, a weak rank 9 would have no problem walking 50 to 60 meters on the first step, right? But Fangping? They really doubted if he could do it. Looking at Fangping's sluggish gait in the void, walking 1 meter was like taking his life. It would be amazing if he could walk 50 meters. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was unexpected. Shocked the whole world. This guy was so long just now. Could it be that he was bewitched in the origin world? Someone muttered, "I thought it was another demon emperor. Now it seems the human world might have really overestimated this Minister Fang." Which prodigy did not shock the 3 realms when they stepped out of origin? Demon emperors walked 500 meters a day. Li Changsheng of the human realm also crossed 300 meters in a day. Of course, the 10,000 Dao as one was relatively easier. No matter what, these people were fully deserving of being prodigies. Fangping, on the other hand, was considered a prodigy if he walked 200 meters. However, if he walked less than 100 meters, although he was considered a genius to ordinary martial artists, it was really nothing to them. Do you guys think that he's opening up the width of the path? Idiot! Just when someone had doubts, someone immediately refuted, "This guy is not an idiot! Even if he wants to widen it, now is not the time. Moreover, if he's not a true god, there's not much difference in widening it, right? It's the same even if he widens it again when he's at the limit. Moreover, it's very difficult to expand the width. It's all fixed. Maybe he's different." What's different about him? Someone sneered, then said in a low voice, "But at least he's entered origin. There's still a transformation. He'll be stronger more or less. This guy was strong to begin with. Now he's considered a top-notch origin powerhouse. He can't be underestimated." Although that was what he said, this person was still somewhat speechless. Fangping at rank 8 was terrifyingly strong. Initially, he thought that when he reached origin, he would definitely shock the world. Now it seemed like it was hard to say. This guy's origin path was so difficult. His future path would be even more difficult. The people of the extraterrestrial immortal island were discussing. The people of Outland were discussing. At the same time, Faceless, who had just arrived nearby, looked at Fangping and the rest, who were more than 10 li away from him. He saw the shadow walking leisurely and sneered, extremely playful. Was this the origin who had advanced? Initially, he thought that advancing at this time could cause resonance in the space battlefield, and he might be another future supreme powerhouse. After all, being able to resonate with the owner of this place meant that his path had a good future. Not to mention becoming an emperor level like the 36 saints. Even a normal emperor level was already an amazing achievement. Who knew it would be so slow? This guy, if he could become a true god, he would already be considered lucky. No, you won't even have the chance to become a true god. Faceless chuckled softly. It was all this guy's fault, almost spoiling the big plan. If the owner of this place had really revived, then it would be troublesome. Then I'll use you as a blood sacrifice first. Faceless chuckled softly. In the blink of an eye, he broke through the air and headed straight for Fangping. At this moment, Kong Lingyuan and the rest also felt the danger. The next moment, Kong Lingyuan roared, "Danger! Stop the enemy!" The loud roar resounded through the sky. Yu Wuhua even shouted, "True God! Damn it, it's really a true god! Be careful! True God!" At this moment, Fangping opened his eyes. Golden light burst from his body, illuminating the entire world. It was snow white. At this moment, this place was as bright as day. Not far away, the figure of that faceless was also clearly reflected in everyone's eyes. Seeing that Fang Ping had awakened, Kong Lingyuan immediately shouted through voice transmission, "You leave first!" "Leave?" Fang Ping looked at his golden body, condensing continuously, rubbing his chin. Can I defeat him?" As for how many meters he had walked, Fang Ping was embarrassed. It was almost 100 meters. "But I'm wide enough. 3,000 meters wide." As for how much the origin increased, whether it was 0, 1 times, Fang Ping felt that it should be more than that, right? "I keep feeling that I'm terrifyingly strong now. I keep feeling that this guy might not be able to defeat me." Fang Ping shot a glance at Faceless, who had already rushed over and continued to rub his chin. "Should I try now?" P.S. 3 chapters with more than 20,000 words. Forget about missing chapters. It was impossible to finish updating in a day. My head would explode. Chapter 976. Faceless attacked. Kong Lingyuan and the rest were extremely nervous. All the powerhouses began to gather. It was already the limit of what they could do that they did not disperse. When a true god-level powerhouse attacked, the powerhouses did not dare to flee easily. If they scattered and fled, they might die faster. Seeing this scene, Faceless, who was walking in the air, chuckled. Not bad. Facing a true god, these people did not run. This was much stronger than he expected. At this moment, Faceless was extremely relaxed and indifferent. Crossing his arms, Faceless looked at Fang Ping, who was still emitting golden light, and laughed. "Do you know, you almost ruined my plan when you stepped into Origin here." He was indifferent. Fang Ping was not anxious either. Looking at him, he thought for a while and asked, "Were you a weak true god back then?" As soon as he said this, many people looked at him strangely. The so-called weak true god, the weakest peak, was for powerhouses of the same rank. True gods were invincible. This was a real myth. Even in ancient times, true gods were overlords. Adding the word weak, this was considered a provocation. Jiang Kuei and the rest were surprised. Fang Ping broke through rank 9 and did not go far on Origin path. Was this guy so full of himself? Weak true god. At this moment, Faceless also noticed that the space battlefield was no longer trembling, so he was not so anxious. He had not spoken for thousands of years. At this time he said with interest, "In your eyes, what kind of true god is considered powerful?" "At least 1,000,000 cal of vitality, comparable to Origin." As Fang Ping spoke, he observed his own data. Wealth, 2 billion points vitality, 219,999 calories, 219,999 calories. Mentality, 10,455 hertz, 104,555 hertz. Divided consciousness, destruction power, 85 yuan. 85 yuan origin, stage 1, increase 9% plus 30%, storage space, 10,000 cubic meters plus, energy shield, 1 point/minute plus aura simulation, 10 points/minute plus origin detailed analysis, 10-100 million points/time vitality, 220,000 calories, an increase of 39%. This was somewhat beyond Fang Ping's expectations. He was stage 1 origin. Origin path traveled about 90 meters, so the increase was only 9%. But the 30% that was added later, Fang Ping understood now. There was an increase in the horizontal as well. It was just that it was not as good as the vertical. The vertical 3,000 meters had an increase of 2 times. The horizontal widening seemed to be an increase of 0. 1 times of 1,000 meters. It's equivalent to 420,000 calories vitality, with an increase of about 40%. It's less than 600,000 calories vitality. Fang Ping made a judgment in his heart. if he included combat techniques, divine weapons, and the like, even though his divine weapon was no longer with him. But with all of them, his limit should reach about 600,000 calories of vitality. However, his control wasn't high. Under normal circumstances, he could only control 60%. Of course, he might be a little stronger when he was fighting with his life on the line. His maximum outburst might be close to 400,000 calories of vitality. However, he was still very far away from becoming a true god. Fang Ping was doing the math. Faceless laughed. 1,000,000 cal vitality. Fang Ping unleashed an attack casually, smiling. This is around 1,000 calories. Faceless was also a true god-level powerhouse. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, I shouldn't be considered a weak, true god like you said back then. I'm afraid I have 1,000,000 cal of vitality." The two of them chatted like they were friends. Kong Lingyuan and the others were worried. They gathered around Fang Ping. Fang Ping did not care about this. He said, "What about now? After so many years, you should be close to your limit. I see that your golden body is dim, and your strength has declined greatly. Are you sure you still have half of your strength back then?" Faceless laughed. He laughed a little maniacally. This guy was asking him this now. Did he want to try fighting him? Since when did an origin powerhouse come across a true god, not run away immediately, but ask about the true god's strength? "My strength has declined a lot, but you origin powerhouses," Faceless laughed and said indifferently, "that's because you're really very weak." As soon as he finished speaking, Faceless struck a rank 9 powerhouse in the crowd. Fang Ping's movements were also extremely fast. With a flash of golden light, he appeared in front of the other party, waving his fist and unleashing a move. A loud boom was heard. Fang Ping took a few steps back. He shook his hands lightly and said with a smile, "I'm a little curious. How much strength did you use?" "Very strong. It was at least around 200,000 calories of vitality, destructive power. And this was just a casual strike from the other party. However, 200,000 calories of vitality destructive power had already exceeded the limit of most 5th or 6th origin powerhouses. Even some 7th or 8th origin martial artists could only do so. The other party's casual strike was comparable to the other party's peak attack. It had the strength to kill martial artists above 5th origin. It was indeed terrifying. But this was not enough. Fang Ping's explosive power might not be strong enough, but the strength of his golden body was there. At this moment, even if Qi Huanyu unleashed his full strength, he might not be able to seriously injure Fang Ping, provided that Fang Ping did not move at all and let the other party attack him. Faceless expression did not change, but his pupils contracted slightly. The other party actually took his move so easily. This newly ascended source was much stronger than he had expected. At first, he only paid attention to Kong Lingyuan and the others, but now he turned all his attention to Fang Ping. After a long time, he said slowly, "Golden Body 9 refinements." He felt it. The other party's vitality seemed to be similar to his, and the quality was actually the same. This meant that the other party's strength was the same as his. And this seemed to be something that only a Golden Body 9 refinements possessed. It's Golden Body 9 refinements. Fang Ping said with a smile, "What's your name? Where are you from? Also, you haven't answered my question. How much of your strength did you use? Let's talk things over. There's no need to fight and kill each other the moment we meet. You don't have the right to question me." As soon as he said that, Faceless moved as fast as teleportation. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Fang Ping and slammed his palm toward his head. Kong Lingyuan and the others beside him did not even have time to react when the palm was unleashed. Fang Ping was also a beat too late. The golden glow on his head flickered. He did not manage to evade and took the palm head-on. Rumble. A metallic sound rang out. Fang Ping's entire body sank into the ground, the golden glow on his head dimming. Faceless expression changed. At this time, Fong Ping also threw a punch. Faceless clearly did not expect the other party to have the strength to fight back. He did not evade and was hit in the chest by Fong Ping's punch. Rumble. Another rumble was heard. Faceless did not move, but he did not attack either. With a strange look on his face, he said slowly, "Interesting. Very interesting. You've actually surpassed the limits of the origin realm. No, the feeling you give me is that you can be even stronger." Fong Ping did not unleash his full strength. His aura, the strength of his physique, the strength of his vitality, the feeling he gave Faceless was that this person could be even stronger. However, at this moment, the other party's attack did not seem that strong. Fong Ping also stepped out of the ground, laughing. "You're not as strong as I thought. I initially thought that a true god like you, even without any replenishment, could theoretically unleash 70% of your strength without a problem. But now, I'm afraid it's really only half." The palm that Faceless gave him was very powerful. The powerful Fong Ping's skull had some cracks. His golden body was so powerful that it could crack his skull with one palm. His vitality strength was probably close to 500,000 calories. If it were any other rank 9, anyone, including Qi Huanyu, might have their skulls smashed. Even if they did not die, 1 or 2 more blows would definitely kill them. This was a true god. However, Fong Ping's skull only cracked a little. Fong Ping chuckled and said slowly, "Are you guys from that evil sect or something? You should know that the people I hate the most are these guys. I was in a good mood when I advanced today. Why don't you give me a few moves out of the blue? Maybe I, Fong Ping, can really slay a god to celebrate today." As soon as he said that, the surroundings trembled a little. Jiang Kuei and the rest were very surprised. Fong Ping's origin had not gone far. Why was he so confident? No, he was very powerful. So powerful that it was slightly beyond their expectations. Faceless' speed was too fast earlier. His palm strike gave him a feeling that it was extremely powerful. If it were someone else, even Kong Ling Yuan, they might not be able to withstand it. Fong Ping, on the other hand, had blocked it. Although his golden body cracked slightly, it was not to the point where it would explode. This guy was a little too powerful. Slay a god. Faceless' gaze was deep. He said softly, "You want to kill me?" "Is it impossible?" Fong Ping grinned. "How much energy do you have left? If your energy is depleted, you might be able to kill most rank 9s with your physique alone. But can you kill me? Old man, are you afraid? If you're not, why aren't you attacking me now?" "Afraid?" Faceless laughed. His silhouette moved again. In the blink of an eye, a pair of white, jade-like palms appeared in front of Fong Ping. The palms pierced through the void directly, slapping toward Fong Ping's cheek. Fong Ping stomped on the void and took a few steps back, but the palms continued to extend, continuing to chase after him. Fong Ping let out a low growl. Both of his hands formed a knife-like shape, waving them rapidly. Slash after slash, he slashed at the white, jade-like palms. Vitality surged. The surrounding powerhouses felt the pressure and qi waves. One by one, they retreated outward rapidly. Fong Ping laughed. "Go. I'll play with this faceless guy. Fong Ping, go." Fong Ping let out a low growl. Faceless let out a cold humph. He covered the sky with one hand, grabbing at those people directly. Fong Ping roared furiously. He kicked out with one leg, shattering his energy palm immediately. At this moment, Fong Ping grinned brightly. "I can become stronger the more I fight. Fighting was the best way to improve control. A weakened true god, this was simply the best target for training." Fong Ping liked this faceless too much. This was great. He had never seen such a suitable target for himself. This was the real whetstone. Perhaps today his control of strength could be upgraded to a new realm. After Fong Ping's energy palms exploded, Faceless' speed was also extremely fast. A palm imprinted on Fong Ping's Bai Hui. Fong Ping landed on the ground. The space battlefield seemed to shake for a moment. The earth rumbled. Fong Ping leaped into the air in an instant, appearing in front of Faceless again. He laughed. Do you think my Bai Hui is a weakness? No, I'm a golden body 9 refinements. Golden body 9 refinements. This was the real golden body. Fong Ping shouted again, Go away! I don't need your help. Wait for me to slay the god. He roared again. Although Kong Lingyuan and the others were worried, they knew that Fong Ping might have some reservations, so they left quickly. Faceless did not stop them this time. He actually did not want to stop them anymore. He was in trouble. This person was extremely strong. Once those people came to help again, he did not care about ordinary origins. However, Kong Lingyuan and the others could still hurt him. Junior, you're very confident. Your golden body 9 refinements entering origin has indeed exceeded my expectations. But today you must die. Having said that, a long sword appeared in Faceless' hand. Die. With a low roar, the long sword slashed at Fong Ping's neck. Clang! A deafening roar was heard. Fong Ping tilted his neck, grabbing at the long sword with his bare hands. His speed was also extremely fast. He grabbed the long sword in an instant, but he felt an incomparably sharp edge piercing through his palm. Drip! A small wound appeared on his palm. A drop of golden blood dripped, and the wound healed in the blink of an eye. Fong Ping grinned. At this moment, his smile was incomparably brilliant. This guy might really only have a limit outburst of about 500,000 calories or so. Was he a true god? A fake and inferior guy? If that's the case, then don't leave. Fong Ping growled. The small city descended instantly. It did not trap the other party, but surrounded him in all directions. Faceless snorted coldly. How dare the other party? He actually wanted to surround and kill him? Did he really think that he could not kill him just because he was not at his peak? He was underestimating a true god powerhouse. Myriad swords art. Faceless growled. The long sword in his hand suddenly dispersed into thousands of small swords. Countless small swords charged straight at Fong Ping. Not only that, even the small city was within his range of attack. Fong Ping's speed was also extremely fast. He did not care about all this, heading straight for Faceless. Halfway there, he encountered small swords. Fong Ping ignored them and charged straight at them. Puff, puff, puff! The small swords left streaks of bloody marks on Fong Ping's golden body. However, Fong Ping laughed maniacally. He was already close to Faceless. Neo-martial artists were more adept at close combat. Fong Ping's speed was extremely fast. He did not care about his injuries. As soon as he stepped forward, his hands formed into eagle claws and directly clawed at Faceless' eyes. Humph! Faceless snorted coldly. Countless small swords gathered again, merging into a long sword. The sword pierced at Fong Ping's throat. 9 refinements of golden body? Could one not die after 9 refinements? Clang! There was a crisp sound. Fong Ping's left hand formed a palm and grabbed the long sword again. His right hand clenched into a fist and punched at Faceless' right arm. Clang! Like 2 golden men, both of their physiques were extremely strong. When they exchanged blows, there was a series of booming sounds. In the space battlefield, the void could no longer be shattered. At this moment, the aftermath of the battle spilled out, stirring up waves of air. Far away, Kong Lingyuan watched the 2 golden men colliding in the void, his gaze solemn. Fong Ping was very strong. He was stronger than he had expected. However, Fong Ping still seemed to be at a disadvantage. He was constantly in a passive state of taking hits. The other party is a true god after all. As Kong Lingyuan spoke, Jiang Kuei said with some seriousness, How far has Fong Ping's origin gone? I don't think it's far. Why is it so strong? At this moment, Fong Ping seemed to be unfamiliar with the Origin's combat style. It felt like the Origin's amplification had not manifested yet. However, after a few times, everyone could already feel one thing. Fong Ping's Origin's aura was beginning to thicken. Kong Lingyuan shook his head slightly. He did not know the situation either. Fong Ping was indeed a little too strong. This had completely surpassed him. Right now, every move of these two people was stronger than his extreme outburst. An outburst close to 400,000 calories. And this was just a casual attack from both of them. It was frightening and shocking. Yu Wuhua said in a low voice, "This true god consumes a lot of energy. Actually, he mainly relies on his physique to fight. He's slightly weaker than I thought, but a true god has its own strong points. The other party's origin has gone far, and his spiritual consciousness is also very strong. I'm afraid that later, she still felt that Fong Ping would definitely lose. There was no other reason. A true god's origin was incomparably strong. Once he felt that he had consumed too much energy, the other party might pull Fong Ping into the origin battlefield to fight. If that happened, it would be troublesome. Fong Ping's mentality was actually not weak, but the key was that Fong Ping's origin had just been developed. He might not be able to withstand too many fluctuations. They were discussing. At this moment, Fong Ping was getting braver as he fought. He did not care about his injuries at all. He gave it his all. He was using the void, fracturing, swordplay very well. When he was fighting, it was incomparably fierce. Crack! Fong Ping grabbed Faceless' right arm. With a roar, his golden body erupted, crushing the flesh of his arm. Faceless also stabbed his sword into Fong Ping's throat. Blood gushed out, and the wound healed in an instant. Continue. Fong Ping grinned. His eyes turned blood-red in the blink of an eye. Holding a saber in his hand, he slashed down madly. Faceless also wielded his sword and fought with him continuously. Every time he attacked, blood splattered. The more they fought, the more Faceless felt that something was wrong. He was consuming energy. The other party did not seem to care about energy consumption. True gods were very strong. In the outside world, he would not run out of energy, even if he fought for a few months, as long as he had energy to replenish himself. Here, however, he did not have any replenishment. He relied entirely on his own energy reserves. But after so many years, how could he have any reserves to speak of? Faceless suddenly unleashed his attack. Before the sword could even get close, Fong Ping's golden body already felt threatened. He did not even have time to dodge. Fong Ping's left arm was chopped off directly. Crack! A cracking sound rang out. Faceless panted slightly. Nine-forging golden body was very strong. It was already so difficult to chop off the other party's arm. However, in the next moment, Faceless could not help but frown. Fong Ping's left arm grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. Almost in the blink of an eye, it was exactly the same as before. Very strong. Continue slashing. Fong Ping chuckled. Then he said, "I'm not going to play with you anymore. You're just a pseudo-true god. You're weaker than I expected." Having said that, Fong Ping's aura dissipated completely. Faceless was stunned. He lost track of Fong Ping's aura almost instantly. Just as he was feeling slightly shocked, the next moment, Faceless' expression changed. He swung a fist behind him. Rumble! Fong Ping flew backward, but he disappeared into the void again. He could not capture any aura. Rumble! Faceless kept attacking in all directions. However, Fong Ping's silhouette was like lightning, extremely fast. Again and again he appeared near him from unimaginable angles and fought with him. Bang! Fong Ping's fist landed on Faceless' head, but his heart was also pierced by Faceless' sword. Fong Ping disappeared again. When he appeared again, he was full of energy. At this moment, Fong Ping felt like a boss. He could not kill Faceless instantly, but he wanted to grind this guy to death. He constantly consumed his wealth to repair his flesh, replenish his energy, replenish his vitality, replenish his mentality. The consumption was very fast. Hundreds of thousands of wealth points were depleted almost in the blink of an eye. But Fang Ping did not care. There were still 2 billion wealth points left. He had plenty to spend. However, the more Faceless fought, the more frightened he became. Something was wrong. Something was really wrong. Logically speaking, the vitality reserves of the Origin should have been depleted long ago. Even if Fang Ping had brought along treasures to replenish consumption, after such a long battle, the other party should not still be so powerful. His condition did not decline at all. Moreover, recovery. That would require some time. However, Fang Ping maintained a balanced level almost from the beginning to the end. No, not balanced. The other party seemed to be getting stronger as the battle went on. Faceless was shocked. For the first time he felt threatened. At this moment his energy was almost depleted. With energy, he could still explode with about 500,000 calories of damage. Without it, he would be in danger. Humph! Faceless snorted coldly again. Do you think that's all a true god can do? The next moment, Faceless' gaze was incomparably deep. He looked at Fang Ping abruptly. Fang Ping, who was about to continue his attack, was in a trance. Then, Fang Ping seemed to see a new world. The dark world was slightly different from the outside world. The Origin world. At this moment, Fang Ping appeared in Faceless Origin world. Not only Faceless Origin world, but Fang Ping's too. Fang Ping's floating island also appeared under his feet. Faceless sneered. His long sword fell, and he shouted, "Thunder!" With a loud roar, thunder flashed in the void. It was like a real thunder calamity, striking rapidly toward the floating island where Fang Ping was. Fang Ping was about to make a move when a thin layer suddenly rose around the floating island. Not only that, Fang Ping looked down. He did not know when, but a battle armor had appeared on his body. Origin battle armor. Rumble. The violent thunder struck the thin layer, and the floating island trembled for a while. This was Fang Ping's first time fighting with someone in the Origin world. When he fought with Qi Huanyu previously, he entered his Origin directly, waving his divine weapon and hacking at the Origin. This was really his first time fighting in the Origin world. Fang Ping looked at Faceless in the distance and suddenly thought of a problem. It was said that the Origin world and the flesh could fight at the same time. However, it seemed like they had to multitask. At this moment, Fang Ping was slightly in a trance. He seemed to see his own flesh floating in the void. Opposite him, Faceless flesh seemed to be floating too. Both of them had not reached the stage where they could multitask and fight on both sides. This was Fang Ping's first time experiencing such a situation. He did not know what to do, but he could not care too much at this time. His floating island seemed to be about to be broken. Even without experience, he knew how troublesome it was to injure the Origin. The Origin world seems to have everything I want. When Fang Ping thought of this, a Changdao suddenly appeared in his hand. God-slaying saber. When the Changdao appeared, although it was only an illusion, its aura was incomparably powerful. Slash! With a furious roar, Fang Ping's saber cut through the sky, slashing toward Faceless. Crack! In the void, thunder and lightning exploded. Faceless frowned slightly. This was strange. This person's Origin world was much bigger and stronger than he had expected. Could it be that this was the way to advance to a 9th grade golden body? Fang Ping did not care about this. He steered the floating island and charged forward, holding the Changdao in his hand, directly attacking the other party. No, he was also colliding with the other party's Origin world. Faceless could not hold it in anymore. He shouted, "Idiot! When the Origin worlds collide, both of us will suffer." Did this idiot know how to fight? Who would collide with each other's Origin worlds the moment they appeared? Who would do such a thing until the very last moment? Fong Ping's eyes lit up. There was such a saying? The next moment, Fong Ping laughed loudly. Without another word, he steered the floating island madly and collided with the other party's origin world. Rumble. This rumble seemed to explode in his mind. In reality, Fong Ping was bleeding from his 7 orifices. On the opposite side, Faceless was the same. A wisp of origin energy overflowed from his body. D***. In the origin world, Faceless almost died of anger. How could there be such an idiot? Fong Ping's floating island was slightly shattered. The floating island under his feet was also slightly shattered. He was a true god. His origin world seemed to be about the same as Fong Ping's. Fong Ping seemed to be addicted to colliding. Without another word, he continued to collide. Rumble, rumble after rumble rang out. At this time, Faceless also roared angrily, wielding his sword and charging over from the floating island. Fong Ping was not afraid of him. He brandished his saber and quickly engaged the other party in close combat. Not only that, Fong Ping was also controlling the floating island to collide with Faceless. Faceless was going crazy. He shouted angrily, "If we continue to collide, our origin will overflow and disperse. Idiot!" How could he do that? Having said that, he added, "You will definitely overflow and disperse before me. If I get hurt, you die." Fong Ping grinned. "Idiot, am I that stupid? Sorry, Nan Yunping, Zheng Tao, Wang Tringhai, and the rest. I'm going to use the cat fruit. I'm going to use some of the one, and only fruits too. I'll kill a true god first." Fong Ping grinned. Then he gritted his teeth. While crazily colliding with the floating island, he ignored everything and slashed at Faceless with his saber. The two of them were entangled. Their willpower bodies kept fighting. Flesh and blood splattered everywhere. The flesh and blood. Here was not real flesh and blood, but origin energy. At this moment, the two of their origins were constantly being obliterated. The collision between the floating islands was also getting more and more intense. Outside, both of their bodies were cracking. However, Fong Ping's injuries were more serious. After all, he had just entered the origin. Just as Faceless was cursing in his heart and was determined to kill him, a cat-shaped fruit suddenly appeared on Fong Ping's floating island and merged with the floating island in an instant. The previously shattered floating island almost instantly recovered to its original state. "Cat fruit!" Faceless exclaimed, but it was already too late. Fong Ping did not expect the cat fruit to be so effective. It recovered immediately. He laughed loudly. Without another word, he steered the floating island and collided with the other side. Rumble. With a loud explosion, Faceless Source World began to explode. At this moment, Fong Ping also seized the opportunity. With a slash of his saber, he slashed Faceless into pieces. Rumble. There was another explosion. In the next moment, Fong Ping retreated from the Source World. On the opposite side, Faceless' body was already mostly cracked. His head had exploded. Without hesitation, Fong Ping swiftly charged toward Faceless in reality. Faceless opened his eyes. His gaze was dim. With a muffled humph, he turned around and fled. Something had gone wrong. He had almost been killed in the Source World. Chapter 977. Running. Fong Ping roared coldly. From all directions, the small city converged. The buildings in the city turned into living creatures and began to riot and attack Faceless. Faceless roared angrily, waving his sword in all directions. The buildings shattered. "Suppress!" Fong Ping roared. The crystal house came crashing down. Faceless faced the sky and roared. His hands held up the sky, blocking the crystal house. "Suppress again!" From afar, Fong Ping roared again. From all directions, the buildings in the small city merged into the crystal house. This time, the weight of the entire city merged into one. "Break!" Faceless roared. He could not avoid it. In the confrontation of mentality, his origin was injured earlier. It was difficult to resist now. The void trembled from the pressure. On Faceless' golden body, the blood vessels kept bursting. His arms began to crack from the pressure. At this moment, Fong Ping rushed forward, smiling. "I'll let you have a taste of my infinite teacher pacification technique." The so-called infinite teacher pacification technique was just a method of close combat. Fong Ping closed in, his hands like blades, attacking wildly. Faceless' head was in the crystal house. His legs exploded, sweeping in all directions, producing bursts of thunder. "Break!" Fong Ping roared. His arm turned into a Chongdao, slashing down. "Ah!" A cry of pain was heard. Fong Ping's hand blade slashed down, chopping off one of his opponent's legs. "You think you can kill me?" Fong Ping sneered. A half-crippled true god was quite arrogant. If a true god came, he would definitely not be his opponent. However, a true god who had stayed here for thousands of years, so what if he was powerful back then? Could he still maintain his peak now? Go to hell! Fong Ping's arm turned into a saber, sweeping across and cutting off his opponent's neck. It was at this moment that something unexpected happened. Faceless, whose head and torso were separated, roared. A torso grew below his head, and a head appeared above his torso. Two people. In the blink of an eye, Faceless had split into two people. Faceless seemed to be waiting for this opportunity. With a roar, one of his silhouettes turned into a long sword and slashed at Fong Ping's head. The other silhouette turned into a wisp of green smoke in an instant. Like a flame, it started burning the crystal house. "Junior, do you think you can kill me?" Faceless' voice rang out. At this moment, Fong Ping's head was splitting. The crystal house was melting from the heat. This was also burning his mentality. Faceless, who had transformed into a sword, took advantage of this moment to slash down. Pucci! His head was chopped off. "Ah!" A blood-curdling scream escaped Fong Ping's mouth this time. His entire head was almost cut into two halves. Not only was his physical body damaged, but his mental power was also damaged. The crystal house started to crumble under the burning flames. This was Fong Ping's first time encountering such an attack. "I will refine you to death!" Faceless' cold shout came from all directions again. The half of his body that had turned into flames continued to melt the crystal house. He refused to believe that he, a true god, could not kill an origin realm expert. As for the other side of his body, he continued to transform into a sword, slashing at Fong Ping madly, slashing Fong Ping's torso until it exploded continuously. Every time Fong Ping wanted to retaliate, he was interrupted by the excruciating pain. He didn't know what the flames of Faceless incarnation were, but they were burning him in excruciating pain. At this moment, he didn't even have the strength to retract his crystal house. "Damn, these guys are stronger than I thought." Fong Ping cursed in his heart. He could only force himself to focus and fight with all his might. A man and a sword were fighting wildly in the void. On the other side, the flames were still burning, with the intention of burning the crystal house into nothingness. But it was very difficult. It didn't take Faceless long to notice something unusual as well. Although the crystal house was cracked from the fire, it was constantly being repaired. The repair speed was very fast. Faceless could still burn it in the beginning, but later on, it became very difficult to burn the crystal house. Right now, Faceless flames were also turning illusory, showing signs of extinguishing. Damn it! Faceless cursed in his heart. How could this be? His opponent's materialized object core had been burned by his spiritual consciousness until now, and the damage was actually limited. On the contrary, he was the one who felt powerless and exhausted. Damn it, damn it! Faceless cursed again. At this moment, Fong Ping was gradually waking up. The pain was no longer as intense. Sensing all this, Fong Ping also laughed loudly. Is this all you've got? Humph! Faceless snorted coldly. His body that had turned into a sword attacked Fong Ping again. The flames began to extinguish. He transformed into a human and fled quickly. Suppress again. A violent roar was heard. In the void, the crystal house broke through the air and crashed into Faceless with a rumble. Faceless let out a muffled grunt, but he did not care about this and continued to flee. He could not burn Fong Ping's materialized object core. His origin was heavily injured and consumed a lot. If he continued to fight, he might really suffer a great loss here. Right now, however, Fong Ping seemed to be inspired. With a violent roar, the next moment, more than 10 masses of imperishable matter were thrown out by him. This time, it was not an explosion. More than 10 masses of imperishable matter turned into Fong Ping's appearance in the blink of an eye. Kill! More than 10 golden Fong Ping. At this moment, some used fists, some legs, some wielded sabers, and some wielded swords. All of them charged toward Faceless. Cut! Fong Ping growled again. With a crack, a corner of the crystal house cracked. A gush of mentality was sliced out and integrated into the Fong Ping's bodies in the blink of an eye. At this moment, Fong Ping suddenly had a very strange feeling. It's all me. It was as if he had a 360-degree view. He could see Fong Ping in all directions. Clones. These were the clones of an absolute peak. Generally, an absolute peak was a pure mentality clone. Fong Ping, on the other hand, used the imperishable matter as a carrier, integrated a bit of mentality, and created a clone. Fong Ping could not be bothered to check the data. However, he knew that his mentality would drop a little. Still, he did not cut much. He was just testing it out. Right now, the Fong Ping formed by these golden imperishable matter had the strength of a weak rank 9. With this kind of strength, even a heavily injured Faceless would not be enough to kill him. More than 10 Fong Ping were blown up by him in the blink of an eye. But this bit of time was enough. At this moment, Fong Ping's real body erupted with an extreme brilliance. In the void, a blood-colored Changdao materialized and slashed down with a rumble. The other half of Faceless clone, the long sword, was sliced into pieces with a crack. The broken long sword quickly turned into a gush of energy and integrated into Faceless' body, which was surrounded by the clones earlier. Faceless spat out a mouthful of blood. His cheekless face became even paler. Fong Ping was also familiarizing himself with the new rank 9 combat style. At this moment, the more he fought, the more he realized that there were many rank 9 combat styles. Not only that, he was also constantly trying to use new energy combinations to attack. Sometimes he was extremely powerful. Sometimes his combat strength dropped. As if he felt that one person's attempt was not enough, Fong Ping shot out more than 10 golden, imperishable matter again, forming Fong Ping again. This time, Fong Ping did not cut off his mentality. Without mentality to cut off, the Fong Ping formed by the imperishable matter lacked some vitality. Usually, they would be blown up by Faceless in one move. But many ants could kill an elephant. Faceless was already heavily injured. Now his injuries were getting worse. Sensing this, Faceless roared furiously, "How can you have so much destructive power?" This was too unbelievable. How much was this? Fong Ping's battle with him until now had probably consumed 10,000 yuan of destructive power. Was this still a martial artist who had just entered Origin? Fong Ping, however, sneered. What was 10,000 yuan? It was only 100 million wealth points. His vitality, replenishment, and mentality replenishment had been consumed much more than this. But everything was worth it. He was constantly trying out various energy combinations, consuming a large amount of imperishable matter to try and hone himself. Not only that, as the battle continued, Fong Ping's control over his strength was getting better and better. He felt that it was worth it to consume this bit of wealth points. At this moment, Fong Ping's body trembled slightly. A clone of the imperishable matter slashed down with a saber, and the void rumbled. These imperishable substances without mentality were probably at most rank 8 in strength. They were all controlled by Fang Ping's main consciousness. But now, the strength unleashed by this clone seemed to have entered rank 9. This recombination method seems to be more suitable for me than the void cleaving sword technique. Fang Ping's eyes flashed with joy. He memorized the combination method of the clone's move just now and began to try it with his real body. With this attempt, Fang Ping suddenly felt the difference. Comfortable. The strength in his body condensed in his right hand almost instantly. A Changdao formed by imperishable matter appeared in Fang Ping's hand. With a loud roar, the Changdao pierced through the air, its speed 3 times faster, slashing toward Faceless. Uft! The Changdao entered his body, and Faceless' right arm was chopped off. Damn it! Faceless cursed. This guy was using him as a whetstone, practicing his strength and trying to deduce his own combat techniques. This was too much. He was a true god powerhouse, after all. Since when did he become a stepping stone to the origin realm? Faceless was angry, but Fang Ping was overjoyed. Just now, he seemed to have unleashed an even greater strength. His strength control was even higher the moment he converted and recombined his strength. Fang Ping felt that his strength control had increased by at least 5%. Combat techniques. Find the combat techniques that are most suitable for me. No, I have to be compatible with the origin. Fang Ping seemed to have thought of something. Right now, the improvement of his origin did not seem too obvious. Compatible with the origin. How do I do that? Fang Ping thought of something. Maybe if he tried this combat technique in the origin space, it would be more compatible with the origin. When the origin space resonates, that might be the time when my unique combat technique will appear. At this moment, Fang Ping somewhat understood why the ultimate combat techniques were usually only taught to rank 9. Because before reaching rank 9, what they learned was a simple energy recombination method. At rank 9, they might be able to trigger a resonance with the origin. Thinking was just thinking. Fang Ping attacked mercilessly, faster and faster. At this moment, Fang Ping's crystal house disappeared, no longer appearing, turning into nothingness. Like a sharp sword, he attacked Faceless again and again. Faceless was about to collapse. All of a sudden, he could not find where Fang Ping's mentality was. Just like before, Fang Ping's aura had disappeared. Mentality was formless to begin with. At this moment, there were no aura fluctuations. If Faceless was not careful, his head would be penetrated by mentality. As a last resort, he could only unleash his mentality to the limit to stop Fang Ping's mentality from killing. As for Fang Ping himself, he appeared and disappeared unpredictably. Sometimes his real body did not show up. Clones formed by imperishable substances would come out to fight, and his real body would ambush in the dark. Drip, drip, Faceless blood dripped continuously, from golden yellow to pale gold, until the gold color began to fade. This meant that Faceless had exhausted himself to the limit. Right now, Faceless was really anxious. The others might not know that he was facing such a crisis. Those 3 were probably still waiting for him to return after killing someone, but they would not know that he was about to be killed here. The origin could kill a true god. He might become the first true god powerhouse to be killed by the origin. Faceless was indignant. He roared, "You're Fang Ping? You can't kill me. I'm one of the 72 Lord Gods of the Divine Sect. If you kill me, the Divine Sect will not let you off." Fang Ping laughed. "Are you trying to scare me? What Divine Sect? I've never heard of it." "Ignorant junior." Faceless roared. "The Divine Sect is the #1 sect in the ancient times. After the heavenly realm collapsed, the Divine Sect existed in the world. Their influence spread across the 3 realms. Thousands of years ago, there were 72 true gods. Above the Lord gods, there was venerable emperor. Above venerable emperor, there were 3 great sect protectors. Never heard of it. Annihilated, right? Are you trying to scare me with this? Do you think I'm scared? Fang Ping sneered again. Annihilated? Impossible. Faceless roared in anger. What nonsense! The divine sect was incomparably powerful. The North-South War was secretly led by the divine sect. How could it be annihilated? In the North-South War that year, the divine sect was the biggest winner. After more than 2,000 years, even if the divine sect did not grow stronger, it would not be easily annihilated. If it was really annihilated, the divine sect powerhouses would have come here long ago and summoned them back. Fang Ping said playfully, I'm telling the truth. What divine sect? I've never heard of it. And 72 true gods. Do you think all true gods are as weak as you? True gods are incomparably powerful. They are all limited. Where did 72 true gods come from? Faceless almost vomited blood. He said angrily, Junior, are you questioning me? No, I'm going to kill you. Fang Ping roared and slashed his saber again, splitting Faceless' head in half. Faceless retreated rapidly. As soon as he did so, an invisible and intangible mentality, Changdao, erupted from behind him. The saber slashed down, causing Faceless mentality to explode. Ah! Faceless screamed in pain, saying sharply, You can't kill me. The divine sect will not be annihilated. Venerable Emperor Moon Spirit and Venerable Emperor Qing Tong are so powerful, but they are also under the control of the divine sect. The divine sect will not be annihilated. Tell me who is very famous in the divine sect. Maybe I know them. Maybe you guys changed your names? Fang Ping sneered. Who knows if you're telling the truth or not? I know Venerable Emperor Moon Spirit of Mount Wanggu, Venerable Emperor Qing Tong of Mount Weiyu, Heavenly Emperor Pingyu. I know all of these people. It's fine if you use them to scare me. But what *T divine sect are you trying to scare me with? Stop joking. I'll just send you on your way. Fang Ping sneered again and again. Faceless emotional fluctuations were very strong. Was this person ignorant, or did something really happen to the divine sect? He was still deep in thought when Fang Ping said, Oh, right. 1,000 years ago, the Devil Lord came out of seclusion and attacked the land realm. He killed more than 10 venerable emperors and dozens of true gods. Don't tell me he killed your people? If that's the case, maybe I know what the divine sect is. Impossible. Faceless screamed. Why would the demon emperor kill the people of the divine sect? During the North-South War, the demon emperor also cooperated with the divine sect. At this point, Faceless stopped talking. Fang Ping raised his eyebrows slightly. Unquestionable, Sword cooperated with you. This is beyond my expectations. But I heard that he had gone crazy to avenge his wife. His wife? Could it be that you guys schemed against her? If that's the case, it's normal for him to annihilate the divine sect when he finds out. Ridiculous, Faceless said angrily. The people who schemed against his wife are those grandmasters, people from the blessed Grotto Heavens. Moreover, he killed his wife by mistake. If he wants revenge, he can't find the divine sect. Fang Ping's heart trembled. He killed her by mistake? Unquestionable, Sword. Killed his wife by himself? Damn it. This was the first time he had heard of such a secret. Did this not mean that if Unquestionable Sword wanted revenge, he would have to kill himself first? Such a person might really be crazy. Faceless shouted again, You're lying. The Demon Emperor will not kill the people of the divine sect. The blessed Grotto Heavens Grand Masters, they might have heavenly kings behind them, secretly controlling everything. The divine sect is the only one who can help the Demon Emperor. If the Demon Emperor wants to kill someone, he would kill those people. Heavenly kings? 8 heavenly kings? Fang Ping slashed his neck again and laughed. Heavenly kings are behind grandmasters and blessed Grotto Heavens? But as far as I know, most of the 8 heavenly kings are dead. Only the subduing heavenly king is left, and the subduing heavenly king is on our side. Li Xuanxie, do you know him? Faceless was a little dazed. Was this person ignorant, or had the situation really changed in the past 2,000 years? Heavenly king subduing. Li Xuanxie. Faceless head and torso quickly fused together. He retreated as he fought. I don't know anything about Li Xuanxie. I wonder who the heavenly King Zhen is. Of course, if you're talking about King Zhen, then I know. But Li Xuanxie. There's no such person among the 8 heavenly kings. The 8 kings are named after the 8 trigrams of Qian Kuan, and there is no such thing as Li Xianxie. Rumble. Fang Ping was truly shocked. His mind was shaken. The 8 heavenly kings were named after the Qian Kuan Bagua. Qian Kuan, Zhen, Sun, Canli, Zhen Dui. He did not know about the others, but he knew one person. King Qian. King Qian of the heavenly plants, royal court. Coincidence? Accident? Also King Zhen. King Zhen? Are the 8 heavenly kings still alive? Fang Ping was a little dazed. The catacombs had King Qian, the humans had the suppressing heavenly king. The divine sect perhaps also had a heavenly king? According to Faceless, the land of domain and the realm beyond Avalon might each have a sky outer elder behind the scenes. Now there were 5 of them. What about the overseas immortal islands? Could it be that everything today, including the division of forces, was actually led by those heavenly kings? Old Zhang said that there were chess players behind the scenes. Could it be that these heavenly kings were the chess players behind the scenes? He had just found out about the 8 heavenly kings, but in the blink of an eye, he felt that he had found out something incredible. Perhaps these things were common knowledge to Faceless, but it was Fang Ping's first time learning about them. Also, was this King Qian one of the 8 heavenly kings? According to the ranking, King Qian was. Of course, he could not rule out the possibility of a random ranking. Don't tell me that your divine sect doesn't even have a slightly famous guy? Fang Ping suppressed the restlessness in his heart, chuckling. Like you, a nobody. If it's a nobody like you. Hee, I have an emperor-level powerhouse behind me too. I'm not afraid of your divine sect. Faceless gritted his teeth, but said nothing. Fang Ping said playfully, You really won't say? Or are you just trying to scare me? Then I won't hold back. I'll talk after I kill you. If you say it, maybe those people you know are related to me. As Fang Ping spoke, his mentality ambushed him again and exploded his head again. Faceless head recovered quickly, but his golden body was dim and lifeless. He could not withstand such exhaustion anymore. At this moment, even though Faceless knew that Fang Ping might be testing him on purpose to find out some secrets, he could not help but yell in horror, Yes! Human. Human sighed. Are you a martial artist from the human world? That's right. The human world. The Hell King of the human world is one of the 72 Lord Gods of the divine sect. I don't know him. Fang Ping sneered. I've never heard of him. Was he killed by the Heavenly King? The Heavenly King seemed to have killed many powerhouses. Who knows if your Hell King has been killed? Seeing that Fang Ping did not seem to be lying, Faceless felt a little hopeless. At this moment, he was getting weaker and weaker as he fought. Every time he was injured, his foundation was being depleted. At this moment, he seemed to have thought of something and roared. Venerable Emperor Stardome. You must know Venerable Emperor Stardome. I don't. Fang Ping sighed again. It seems like you're really bluffing me. Then you can go to hell. No. Faceless roared angrily and began to flee frantically. However, there was resistance coming from all directions. Fang Ping's crystal house turned into a canopy, blocking all directions. Fang Ping walked forward step by step, slashing with his saber. The more he slashed, the more powerful he became. Faceless kept flying backward. Red blood began to drip. He screamed mournfully, The divine sect will never let you go. Never. Fong Ping, let me go. I'll tell you where the ancient treasure land is, and where some secret places are. No, I'll tell you where the remains of the heavenly realm are. There are remains of Emperor Realm powerhouses there. It can help you reach the top in one step. I'm not interested. Fong Ping said lightly, I know all these. I know Old Cat. It knows where it is. So you should just go to hell. Sky Emperor? At this point, Faceless' eyes lit up. He roared quickly, I know where the remains of the Celestial Emperor are. Sky Emperor and the Celestial Emperor are on good terms. They must want to find the remains of the Celestial Emperor. Fong Ping, let me go. I'll tell you. You know. Fong Ping sneered. I've heard about that battle. I heard that the Heavenly Hound fought until the end. It fought against the heavens and died without a complete corpse. Where did the remains come from? There really is. There really is. The divine sect also sent people there. 2 out of the 3 great holy guardians went. That time, the 2 holy guardians brought back the remains of the Celestial Emperor, even though they were heavily injured. It's true. I know where the divine sect is. At this moment, Fong Ping seemed to be swayed. He stared at him and said, Are you really willing to bring me to find the remains of the Heavenly Hound? I'm willing. Why don't you tell me where the divine sect is first? I'll look for it myself. I'll let you go after I find it? Impossible. If you let me go, I'll definitely tell you. Faceless would not say it at this time. He was not that stupid. If he said it now, would he still be able to live? If that's the case, Fong Ping paused and said slowly, I'll believe you this once. Old Cat and I are on good terms. Although I don't know the Heavenly Hound, the remains must be found. But Faceless was looking forward to it. Go to hell. Fong Ping roared. At this moment, all his mentality, vitality, and destructive force were integrated into the illusory Changdao in his hands. The saber erupted. The saber gleam illuminated the void. We'll talk after I kill you. Fong Ping's saber slashed down. At this moment, there were some ripples in the void. The entire space battlefield trembled slightly. Hum! Boom! The saber fell. At the last moment, Faceless seemed to have revealed his face. He let out a shrill roar and went all out, unleashing the last of his potential. It was not just his mentality. Fong Ping even saw a broken floating island appear. At this time, Faceless used his broken origin again. He just wanted to block this saber. However, his origin was injured and he had been exhausted by Fong Ping. How could he still have the ability to block Fong Ping's peak saber? The vitality outburst of this saber was about 450,000 calories at least. The severely injured Faceless could not even use the enhancement of the origin. Without the enhancement of the origin, even a true god was no match for Fong Ping. This was referring to a true god who was truly unharmed. How could Faceless block it? Fong Ping. A desperate, shrill roar resounded through the void. There was a rumble. The floating island was smashed. The saber gleam was still there. It fell again. The golden body exploded. The illusory mentality could not escape in time. It was torn into pieces in the blink of an eye. Fong Ping refused to give up. He let out another roar and slashed down again. This was the first time he killed a true god, who knew if there would be a little bit of mentality left. The saber fell. Fong Ping's mentality swept across the void. Very soon, a scream came from the void. A small person the size of an ant was torn into pieces in the blink of an eye. Fong Ping, the Church of God will avenge me. The shrill roar sounded again. Fong Ping was a little surprised. He could not help but say, Yo, there really is a little bit of mentality left. Not bad. True gods are really awesome. Fong Ping was impressed. This worked too. He was just testing it. He really got rid of his backup. Rumble. The origin space trembled slightly. Very quickly, it returned to normal. Meanwhile, outside, rumble. Heaven and earth exploded. A roar sounded. Zhang Tao and Ping Yu, who were fighting, suddenly stopped. In the void, an illusory Tao broke. The sky turned blood red. There was no blood rain. A true king had died. It had not reached that point yet. Moreover, there seemed to be something blocking it. The reaction was not as big as when a true king was killed in the outside world. Even so, this moment still shocked everyone. A true king has fallen. Who? Who died? It shouldn't be far from here. Otherwise, we wouldn't have seen it. But everyone is here. That means, the next moment, everyone looked toward the place where the true kings fought. If that was the case, a true king had fallen in the place where the true kings fought. The space battlefield. Someone murmured softly. If it was outside the space battlefield, it might have triggered a riot in the place where the true kings fought. A true king had been killed in the space battlefield. At this moment, there was silence. The true king battle had not started, and someone had already died. Who killed him?